What up, Nine?
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
As the 9% and word would say, make a better you, a better us.
Who do you think you are? I'm the word. Go about it. I'm the one who put in the work.
Burn it down!
What up, though? It's the word. You see the title. We about to get into it. But before we get into that, let me get into the chat. Mentech Soul, what up, though, my bro? Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to the chat. We had 3, now we got 2. Shout out to you. There go my 9. What up, 9? The Minister of Defense is in the building. The General, the one and only Commander off of Turkey. What up, though? What up, 9? I see what you said in Gary chat. I was laughing. It's like my phone got a good charge tonight. Hey, so check this out, man. We gonna make this sweet. I didn't make it. Hold on, let me edit the title real quick. The link is an open panel. I thought I put that in the title, but I guess I didn't. But it's there now. Frankie Blanco, what up, though? What up, though? Right. So, title of the show there's no such thing as toxic masculinity, and I'm gonna tell you what. Oftentimes, people take concept and they try to bend it to their will, right? They try to make it fit their understanding or their perception, but we can't do that. You know, we have concept, and normally when you have too much of something, it becomes something else. You know, they say a person is too prideful, but when you really look at the person, it's not that they're too prideful. A lot of people be conceited, a lot of people be arrogant. It's a different thing from pride, because your pride will allow you to be humble, right? Pride would allow you to be humble. If you got enough pride in your family, you'll humble yourself for the betterment of your family. You know, that's what pride does. You know, when people are prideful of their lineage, they go out and represent it in the best fashion they can, right? That's what happens with pride. So something over that is something else. So when you're talking about toxic masculinity, how can a man be toxic, protecting and providing? When you think of masculinity, is the definition and understanding for it, but none of the attributes within masculinity. If you overdo it, you just go get better results. That's it. Do you know when masculinity becomes toxic? And I want y'all to hear me out. I know Commander ain't gonna get triggered. I think she's the only female in the crowd right now. But when masculinity becomes toxic is when females exude it. When females exude masculinity, that's when it's toxic. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because men are natural competitors, right? Naturally, we like to compete. We put ourselves in a hierarchy, but how we do that is best in one another. So a lot of times it's physical. So a woman acting like a man or being in that aggressive, physical, competitive state, when she displays that energy to a man, that becomes toxic because it's not an equal ground. It's not equal. So now you exuding that energy to a man, challenging him. He accept the challenge, and then all of a sudden you're a woman. But the energy that you was going back and forth with, that was masculine. You was challenging a man. This is what I tell my sisters. I tell the females in my family, don't challenge no man. That ain't your place. You come get me. Because 9 times out of 10, you can't do nothing. Oh, nah. Stoic, what up, though? My 33 brother, what up, though? What up, nah? No, it's not blame because it's a flip side to that, too. I'm just talking about the masculinity part, but it's definitely a flip side. I'm going to get to that, and I'm going to show that, too. But that's when it becomes toxic, is when a woman is exuding masculinity. Because I'm just being honest, you can't live up. You're not equipped with what it takes to personify it, to express it, to put it to action. You can just, you can just be in the energy, but you can't execute throughout the energy. And that's like when a dude, when I don't think femininity can be toxic until a guy start expressing too much of it. When like we was just over at Gary's channel, you talking about them sassy dudes, like dudes who sassy. You cause problems, man. That's what women do. All the talking, chit chat. What women do that. That's their thing. Let them have that. When us men talk, we supposed to be concise and profound. Say as little as possible, but make it mean a lot. That's what concise is. Using minimum words to say more. I don't think that, I'm paraphrasing, I don't think that's the exact definition, but that's the definition. Dee, what up, though? Dee. What up, though, Dee? Like when they tell a guy he's acting worse, then that's. But you see what I'm saying? That's toxic. Like you in that feminine energy, man. You doing what the women do good, but you doing it bad, bro. Like that's something. Like, look, we got double standards. There's some things that's acceptable for women to do, and some things acceptable for men. But when a woman try to do what men do, there's always an issue. When men try to do what women do, it's an issue. That women got their space, men got their space. That's just how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be. Let the women have their lane. And a lot of this, I blame. Like, think about this. Like, back in the ancient time, we had hunters and gatherers, right? So we developed, when we developed the skills for hunting and gathering, it gave us structure and discipline. Like, if you know how to hunt, it's like philosophical lessons within the techniques of hunting. If you know how to hunt, think about when you're growing food. It's a philosophical understanding. You learn a lesson within what you're doing. Like the things that we used to do used to teach us life lessons, right? And a lot of people, they ain't got to do that no more. Now, you ain't gonna learn no life lesson going to the grocery store. Going to the grocery store to get some meat and you ain't thinking about no life lesson. But when you got to go to hunt, you got to skin, you learn lessons within the action, within the experience, should I say. All right, that's where you'll learn different life lessons. We ain't get that no more. So a lot of men got into, and I love philosophy. I love art. I love music. You know, I like classical music. You know, I listen to a lot of Chopin, Mozart. Um, yeah. So forget what I was about to say, but that's cool. That's cool. But sometimes that's all dudes indulge in. They don't know how to work on cars no more. I met a guy who was older than me, didn't know how to change a tire. Like, bro, like, so if you and your wife get stuck on the freeway, you go call AAA. You ain't gonna get out and change the tire and keep it moving. Nah, bro, you weird. Like, what man don't know how to change a tire? There's a lot of men. There's a lot of men don't know how to change a tire, let alone change the brakes, spark plugs, do an oil change at home. They don't know how to tune the car up, and that's okay. You know, you can't know everything, but then people don't know how to fix a hole in the wall. People don't know how to fix a leaky pipe. Like it's no, you got to call people to do all this stuff. You call and think about that, man. Like anytime, like especially now that I'm in the condition I am. I can't do certain things no more. But I'm not used to calling people. Like even an electrician. Like I ain't never called no electrician. I think I used an electrician one time. One time. Other than that, man, we ain't used no electric. We did it ourselves. Now I gotta call another man to come in and do something my wife need. Yeah, man. You always need the preoccupied teenager boy, especially when they hit puberty. And if you don't control the young kids, they get in the trouble. Like, hey, that's why we already got my son gonna be in like 2 different martial arts. He gonna be in the sports. I mean, we already, yeah. I got it pre-planned to keep them busy. You got to. That's the girls too. Shit. You give them something to strive for, they less likely. It's more likely they make better decisions when they have something as a child. When you have something to look forward to, you less likely. I'm not saying you won't, but I'm saying you lower the percentage that they will do something like stupid. You know, the more they got to look forward to. Like my sister, she was like when she knew she got like she went to a aerospace school, high school. So they had like robotics. It wasn't like a private school, but it was a technical school. You know, she got accepted into Michigan. She ain't want to party. She ain't want to do nothing. She's like, I ain't doing nothing. I'm gonna focus. I'm going to school. She has something to look forward to. You know, you better the chances. You know. Yeah, but back to the toxic aspect of masculinity. Yeah, only time that can occur is when the women displaying it. I just want to mess with Commander. But I'm serious though. That's the only time masculinity it can't be toxic. Not from a man. Like what is a man doing that's toxic? That's masculine. Usually when men are toxic is because they're in their feminine. That's how men become toxic, is being in their feminine. And I'm not saying like expressing or exploring. I'm talking about when you living in it. Like we have a feminine and masculine aspect to it, but men are supposed to reside in the masculine. Women are, and that's for a reason, because we're built for that. You know, we built for that. So when you start, that's like putting oil in your gas. Go ahead and put some oil in your gas and see how that work out. Put the oil where the gas go in your car and see how that work out. That's what happens. And I'm telling you, look, being masculine, look, this is what I'm telling you. Being masculine is actually knowing when to be vulnerable. Being masculine is properly expressing your emotion. not hiding them and tucking away. No, own that shit. Own your own emotions. That's being masculine, is owning your shit. Not tucking it away or hiding it, not using it. That's not masculine. It's doing it the right way. Men are supposed to be leaders. We supposed to be the example. So even when it comes to, like, my wife is understanding emotional intelligence because I'm teaching her. My wife will tell you, like, oh, nah, he teach me this. He teach me. That's what men supposed to do. We supposed to lead our women. We supposed to teach our women. You know, men teach women. Women teach the nation. Men teach the women. Women teach the kids. BDB, what up, though? What up, Nine? Exactly. Boys will still get into stupid, but won't be as determined. And I'm gonna tell you this too. Give boys responsibilities at a young age. Give them responsibility at a young age. Give them something to be responsible for. So it ain't wrong getting them a pet. It might be chores, you know, but boys need structure at a young age. If you don't give boys structure at a young age, structure will bring discipline. The more they practice within the structure you give them, the more disciplined they'll be. So you give boys responsibility and hold them, and we have to develop our young boys into men. They have to be developed. Our job to do that. And if we don't do it and they do it themselves, they ain't gonna do it themselves. It's innate. Why do you think people go when they ain't got a daddy at home? Where they go? To the street? They want to, like, young boys want to be guided by men. So if you're not present, somebody else go be. And ain't no telling what direction. But they innately want that. Like, young boys want to learn how to be men, so they go around men. If they see the dude on the corner getting money, got nice cars, got women, okay, that's what he thinks a man is. So that's what he's gonna be drawn to. Especially if you're not at home showing them how to be a man. That you can take the easy way out and do it like them. There's no longevity in it. Or you can take the hard way and live an easier life later. You can live an easy life for a period of time. Because, like, think about what I'm saying. When you invest in yourself, man. If you go to school, go get a trade, you gonna be slow grinding. Right? But what happens at the end? You work hard at the beginning so you can enjoy your later years. But what happens, these young, you want that fast money, you go on the block. Yeah, you living good now. I mean, I've seen it last for a couple years. I've seen it last for a couple months. But after that, you got 20, 30 years behind bars. I rather work when I'm younger, when I got my youth. Let's work hard now and enjoy life later. Nate the Great is in the building. What up, bro? Appreciate you. But you feel me? And this is what, like, this is what I'm trying to explain to the youngers around me now. Do all the work when you young, man. You want to have to work hard later. Put all the work in when you're young. You won't have to. You can enjoy life later. Plant the seeds early. Don't just go pick the fruit. But that's how you. But that's what we gotta. That's masculinity, bro. Is being the example and teaching the youth. That's masculine. I wanted to. I'm gonna have a conversation next week about deadbeats, right? I just seen, like, when Rachel and We Unlock was on here yesterday, I didn't know who they was talking about, but I guess Umar's daughter, bro, came online. Did y'all see that? No, I can tie that into this conversation. I'm gonna tie what I seen his response. I seen a lot of what she said, but I seen his response. Now, This is the dude talking about getting schools for the youth, right? And his daughter come online and call him a deadbeat. And that's from I can speak from different aspects, being a father. My kids ain't that old though, but I can't speak from, I'm with my wife, so I can't speak from that. But I seen it. But on the outside looking in, I still can't tell you about it, right? So I always say it's dynamics involved. I don't know why he wasn't in his daughter's life. I don't know why, but I know this. I mean, the girl 22, so after she turned 18, you could have tried to develop a relationship with her, but they didn't. Well, he didn't. I don't like the fact that you criticize other people and then your response is, I don't care about people's opinions, but why people supposed to care about yours? When that, I don't, it's certain things like, I understand people work hard to put themselves in a position um, and they should be acknowledged, right? But Ninja, you ain't God. You ain't removed from reproach. Like, if you can critique people, you can be critiqued. You open yourself up to it, in fact. If you critique someone, you open yourself up to being critiqued too. Because, like, who is you? Well, you saying this about this person. What about your life? So you can't be far removed from reproach. You can't criticize someone else and not expect it back. And from his response, that's kind of what I heard. Y'all get on my personal life, but your job is talking about people' personal life. If you talk about helping other people kids and you talking about this is a problem with your kid, this is the problem with you talking about people' personal life. So why you think people ain't gonna critique yours? Especially when you're talking from an authoritative figure, like from an authoritative position. But then, so I don't like that aspect. Like, he feel like he far removed from approach, right? I don't like that aspect. But then he turned around and he said, I want to talk to your mama. Where your mama at? And I'm like, bro, she 22. Like, you can, like, she ain't no kid no more. She expressing how she feel. Her mama ain't got nothing to do with that, bro. Her mama ain't got nothing to do with that. That's something, a conversation you should be having with your grown daughter, okay? Even if her, like, I don't know the dynamics. So I don't know if the mama kept the bit. It's a lot of possibilities. The mom could have kept him away. He could have just not been around. You talk about paying child support. Like, you brought a life into this world, man. You got a responsibility of rearing it. Even though she had a stepdad, that's still your responsibility. It just sounded like he was paying child support and said had a nice life. But you want to talk about other people. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, these people be coming on here criticizing people, talking shit about people, and they life be all fucked up. Your life be all fucked up, but you want to criticize other people about what they doing or how they living. Man, I'm straight. But my life is good. Can it be better? Of course it can. I'm not complaining. I'm happy. My wife happy. And I worked hard for that. So I ain't gonna shit on nobody else. Unless you trying to shit on me, then we can compare. Like I said, I ain't got I don't live in a mansion and got nice cars, nothing like that. But we happy. We don't need for nothing. We good. But it's always the people quick to criticize somebody else, the ones be the most fucked up. Ain't nobody perfect. Ain't nothing gonna be perfect. It's about progression. There's a person doing better today than they was doing yesterday. And they all right. They all right. You think 90 Dub? Hey, show your face in the back real quick, man. I don't know who you be. I had people on here doing crazy. All right, bro. No flashing or nothing like that. I think you're new to the show.
What up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good, doing good. How you doing?
Doing good. I mean, it's a funny thing, this toxic masculinity stuff, because I mean, back in the day, like let's say Wild Wild West, if one guy was talking trash to another guy, it's like pistols at dawn. Okay. But today it's like people can open their mouth as much as they want, talk a bunch of trash, and then if one person wants to hit the other person or wants to do anything about it, then that's the toxic masculine guy. But
Right.
somebody was talking about the trash, though. I mean, what happens with that, right? Who's in charge here? It's ridiculous. It really is.
I think that's one of the problems with society. I was just saying that earlier. Quick story. Like when I was younger, my uncle owned a barbershop. And at the hours, the guys used to get in there, drink and chill. They used to always take me in there. And, a couple times I seen like the younger folks try to, bark at the older ones, and they always got put down. Like you couldn't just say anything you wanted to people. You had to be respectful to the elders or you was going to get handled. So when I got older, I asked my uncle, I said, why would you? He said, because you need to learn how to talk to men and understand what happened when you talk to men the right way and understand what happened when you talk to men the wrong way. We don't get that no more. Like you was just saying, like, it's kind of like people can say whatever they want without consequence. But masculinity, that naturally we are competitors, right? We put ourselves in a hierarchy. And how do we do that? By competition. So like me growing up, okay, you can say what you want, but you better be able to back it up. You can't do that no more. Oh, that's toxic. No, that's not toxic. That's what we naturally are. Competitors. We like to compete against one another. So if you challenging my balls, you have to show me that you can you can handle that challenge. But today you can just, and that's what females do, man. They just pop off at the mouth. And man, we don't even care what they say half of the time. We be like, all right, as long as they ain't challenging us, they can say whatever they want to say. My wife talks shit all day, but I don't know half of the shit she says.
It bleeds over into other areas of life too. I mean, I've seen it with like
Yeah.
coaching little kids and stuff. So you're just out there as a coach, but your brother's got a kid that's in the same league as all these people, and you got some kind of unfortunate kids up in there too. But then you got that one dad who's a coach as well, but he doesn't. I mean, I'm just there, like as a real true somebody just donating their time, and then you got a dad in there who's like just crazy all about his kid at 10 years old, and you got this other kid over here who's from this family and he's kind of not all there. I mean, I don't, whatever, he's like tard, you know what I mean? And then like the kid you know walks away a little disappointed, doesn't give me a high five, and you got this other guy over here, he comes over, this other dad, who's all gung-ho, hey you, and I'm like, whoa, you're yelling at like a kid who's you know how do I put that person in his place in front of everyone? Because you just can't do that nowadays. But he should have known better from the start. You can't be yelling at fucking, excuse my language, you can't be yelling at little kids who have, you know what I mean? Some issues, bro. They're just out there being kids and playing ball, whatever it is. And there's that toxic masculinity piece to it too. The other stuff though, the feminine, I'm not buying that at all. Like that's, like, I believe that toxic masculinity exists because I've witnessed it myself. But at the same time, I think it's just overblown, way over to the left, and everyone wants to believe in fairy dust and rainbows and stuff.
And even from that aspect, like um I wouldn't even call that competition. Like that to me is like them dudes out there like super pushing it. I don't think that. I don't know. 'Cause like I said, I grew up skinny and ratchet. So I mean, you can play football, baseball. I
Oh, you're way low, bro. You're super low.
still get the mic. Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Okay. My bad. I had to go grab a bottle for the baby. Which mic am I on? Hold on 1 second.
No, that's
Oh,
fine. I
that's
mean,
why.
I kind of get the piece from like the sports side of it because it's like you're some dad and you want to, you want to be the first
It's
instructor, show them the ropes, and it's almost like you're showing the kid how to go out to battle and all this stuff. But come
and
on,
that's
bro.
what it
Like,
is. Like we, but see, think about this, bro. Like back in the day, we sent they sent the kids out, not only hunting and gathering, but there's some cultures who sent the kids out into the woods. You got to survive this shit. We don't got that no more. So what we do, we put our kids in contact sports, bro. Like, I grew up playing football. I'm from Pennsylvania. I don't know if you like follow football, but I got a couple cousins that played in the league. So it was
okay,
always competitive. I'm talking about after practice, my dad take me and my cousins home, and we in the field doing hit drills. Like it was like even doing martial arts. Like doing martial arts is the same way, bro. It's competition.
well,
I don't think it's toxic. It's
and
just some of
so
us are uber
no,
aggressive.
I think that it does get to a level of toxicity though, because let's say one of your cousins, right, that was pro and whatever, it could be football, could be baseball, basketball, whatever. It doesn't matter. They have a certain level of expertise. And let's say they didn't want to go out and flaunt it in front of everyone. Oh, hey, I'm so and so James, like that's LeBron's cousin or whatever. He was just like, I want to stay way undo. I just want to come out here and try to teach these kids everything I know. And then so he walks out there, and then you got Johnny Walkenfuss, some random dude, you know what I mean, who's acting like he knows everything, and he's just teaching by yelling. Meanwhile, the other guy's like, bro, I've been a pro already. You don't even need to yell at them. I could tell them without even yelling at them what they're doing wrong. So it's like almost like the battle there is two people with two different philosophies, yet one would easily just crush. He forgot more than the other guy knew, but the other guy thinks that yelling's the way to go. But yet you look at the statistics along the way and you see like the yellers, I would be willing to bet that the yellers, their kids are going to drop off as their age gets higher. Their kids are going to drop off. The guy who had the experience and knowledge, who didn't need to yell, those kids are going to still find the love of the game or fun of the game. So they're going to go to maybe a high school, maybe. I mean, it's not to say that sports are the end all be all, but they'll go to a high school or maybe even a college. They'll earn a scholarship. Good for you. Your parents will probably love that from you. Good for you, kid. But I think that's facts. Like some people just are trying to live through their children and end up yelling at people. That's toxic. That's toxic masculinity. I don't buy into the female toxic masculinity. That's just BS. I mean, I don't know what that is, but I think it's females trying to pull the fast one. And to be honest, I think it goes back to other things like getting physical and like, oh, men cheat more than women do, or something like that. And that has to do
Yeah,
more with that kind of stuff than anything else.
I
Because
forgot where I seen that at. Hold on, I want to pull something up for you too. Because even like I think the general understanding of how we perceive masculinity in the first place, like masculinity is about control. So somebody yelling and screaming, that ain't masculine.
there you
Like
go. Okay,
it's
that's
being
fair
able to.
enough.
You see what I'm saying? Like I'm like
Whatever
the
you're pulling up,
attributes.
go for it. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, yeah. Like I gotta go on my Google. Give me 1 second. I gotta close all the. But yeah, that's masculinity, like being
Like,
in
well,
control
I
of
mean,
stuff.
at the same time, eventually, if you got serious arguments that cannot be solved between two men, there will be some yelling. I could promise you that. And then there's going to be some hands thrown. I could promise you that. But then whoever, it's like, well, you throw first then, because I don't want to get, my hands put behind my back. I mean, what is that nonsense? If someone's really talking that much trash, I mean, eventually, you know,
Yeah, cause see,
stuff
when I
happens.
the way I am, bro, I don't bark. I'm not about to sit here and yell at you. If I get to a point where I'm gonna put hands on you, I'm just hit you in your mouth. I'm gonna let you talk, and I'm gonna get tired. That's how I always been, bro. Like I was
Yeah.
the one who hit first and asked questions last. Like if I don't like, I ask one, what you say? Oh, you talking to me? Okay, you feel comfortable? Yeah. All right. Soon as I see them eyes blink, I'm going right in your mouth.
Well, I mean, it's like, but all right. So then, I mean, you'd have to get up into what your, level of comfortability is with maybe somebody. Oh, did they step over the line with what they just said? Or all right, I'll let them slide this time. But if they keep trying to step over the line and you keep going out, did they step over the line? Eventually, you're gonna be like, no, you definitely stepped over the line. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like you can immediately jump to the point where you're like, oh shit, and just go. But I think it depends, right? Because
Like I'm
I don't
mature now.
know.
I'm be 100% honest with you. And my people be coming on here and they'll tell you like, nah, he changed. He definitely changed. But when I was younger, bro, I was a firecracker. I mean, I would man, yeah, I didn't like the way I grew up and the environment I grew up, it was like um it was using survival mode. So like your reputation meant your safety at times, So it was like if you let somebody do something, somebody else go try to do something. So and
Mm.
when I was young, I was like, I'm the only boy. I got three sisters. I'm growing up with them. So it's like me protecting the family. So it was like I had to be that wolf, bro. So it was like if it got to a point where I put hands on you, 1, 2, 3, go to sleep. And I don't, I wasn't. I've been 6 foot since I was like 15, but at one point I was like 235, and I did martial arts, and so it was like not even the martial arts, bro. It was that was more like joint control. And, I practiced Wing Chun and Muay Thai, but I broke a couple jaws elbowing people. Broke a couple jaws elbowing people, but it was just like
Right,
you
but
didn't
okay,
you didn't
I think
challenge,
that
like you didn't we didn't challenge one another, but when the challenge was up, then it was up. But that's what I'm saying. Like
yeah,
men don't know how to talk. A man knows how
okay,
to talk to a man. You lead with respect, and then when it comes to disrespect, like you said, the old wild wild west. Well, we gonna go back to back. We gonna take 10 paces and turn.
all
That's
right.
how it
So
was, man.
I got an honest question. 'Cause I was on another stream the other day, right? And they're saying the word nobody wants to say, and it means slave. You know what I'm saying, right? And they're saying, and it's like every other word. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. And I'm like, I hopped on there just real quick because I'm like, why do you keep saying that word? But then if they're not in your crew, then you know what I'm saying. Then they can't say that word. But why do you keep saying that word? And it's like you can take it a number of ways. So if one group of people can say the word and the other group of people can't say the word, then it's like a huh, how could you say it? Like one people thinks they're better than the other, or immediately it's like some kind of identifier of who's in the crew and who's not in the crew. And but then so then it's like almost like if you say that word, then I mean I'm just gonna straight up avoid you. You know what I mean? Like, and I was because I don't hear you saying it at all. You
No,
know,
I don't use
good.
that term. And
Yeah,
so
I think
is a
you just
couple
completely destroyed.
is a couple of dynamics, right? So I would say my wife Middle Eastern, right? So every culture, if you think about it, every culture has a word that they say amongst themselves that it it's if anyone else said is detrimental. I don't even want to use that term. It's derogative, right? If someone else said, but if they said, for instance, like my wife's culture, she's Middle Eastern, is the term is, she's Arabic, like Arab is not
Mhm.
pronounced the way it's spelled. But if you say it the way it's spelled, that's derogatory to them. But they say it all day.
See,
You see what I'm
but
saying?
I
If
find
you,
it interesting though, because don't you find it like that people who state that they can say it, but then the other people can't. It's almost like trying to create your own class of people, whether you think that's good or bad. I mean, I know I think that I know I would just not even bother, associating with people who are going to say words that shouldn't be said. If they claim they shouldn't be said, then they shouldn't be said. Period.
they shouldn't
And
be
if
said.
you're saying that, I'm just going to walk away. What's your opinion of that?
Like, again, like the dynamics, like I didn't stop saying, I used to use it, right, until my grandmother, I think I was 14 or 15, and my grandmother told me, what she went through. She grew up in the 20s in the South, and when she heard me say it, it was like it upset her, and I'm like, okay. And when she broke it down, it was like, I understand now. So one, I would say ignorance, and ignorance is not a bad thing. It's just people don't really know. So it's levels to ignorance, I would say. um,
Yeah.
and is culture based, um, and it shocks me at times, like when I hear people of certain statuses say it, um, because it's like, I don't think I'm, above anyone like that, but like when I hear educated people use it, I understand it's like a culture thing is to me is lazy. It's just lazy. But then you
But
got to think about people been using it or saying it for so long. It still takes time to break habits, and it's built into their vernacular. And we actually think like almost 100 times before we speak. So what we saying, we already thought of, like, you know what I'm saying? So sometimes things just flow out of people. Even it's people over here, they'll tell you like, I'm working on it. They'll tell you I got them working on it. Like, because of me, they're working on it. But like I
do,
said, I mean, it's a process.
do you think that it applies to the topic at hand with a toxic masculinity kind of thing? Because I kind of think it does. You know.
I don't. Again, I don't. I don't.
Okay. All right.
Um, because
Fair enough.
because like I understand, like, even from the control aspect, but I wouldn't equate, you know, so like, are you familiar with the Eskimos?
The
Like
Eskimos,
you,
like people who
you
are living in the cold and they wear like I don't know wolf's clothes or something.
yeah,
That's their clothing.
yeah.
Okay, Eskimos.
So that culture, if you look their culture up, they wife swap, they share wives, right? And that's
No.
part of their culture. So think about us going to where they stay at. We'll be like, man, that's weird. And then they come where we stay at, they go look at like, oh, y'all don't do this, y'all weird. So that's what I say. Like, even when I say like people culture, this is what people naturally do until they become aware of why it's wrong. I mean, they ain't go. It's not gonna change. And I mean,
Hmm.
it's promoted, bro. I mean, it's like,
Hey, fair enough.
I'm gonna
Fair
be
enough,
honest with
man.
you. I feel most people. I believe 80% of the population on this planet are fucking sheep. That's just how I feel. 80% of these people are sheep. People just go. Most people will tell you someone else's knowledge before they tell you how they applied it. Like, even when people talk about God, I don't know if you're religious, and if you are, no, not. I'm just when most people talk about God, their perception, or even go as far as to say their epistemology of God, is simply from a book. They can't tell you their own personal experience. They can't tell you their
I
own
mean,
personal
all right. I could
relationship with
say
God.
I could say A lot of what I could tell you is from a book, but I ain't gonna share my personal, relationship with anyone because it's kind of not worth it. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man.
But
You
that,
grow up, you go through school. During school is the biggest time that you're ever gonna really meet and interact with people. All that stuff. You grow up, everything starts to shorten down. You ain't interacting with people as much. That's a simple math. So your windows are kind of closing. You're only gonna have like at the most, for some people it's a handful, if not half of that, right? Maybe two or three. That's just the way it works out. So then why were you wouldn't hop on like a YouTube and be like, hey, let me tell you my story because I ain't gonna do it. But the majority of it can come from the book and people could be like, okay, I can understand what you're saying. Or, I mean, do I really need to tell you my personal story? Let me pull you aside. If you're really somebody that I would have to meet like face to face, I could explain to you a lot of stuff. And you probably still won't even get it. That would be, you know what I mean? But I mean, I don't know. Depends on where you're coming from, right? Because I don't know your faith persuasion or whatever you can call it either. So,
yeah, I don't really I don't I don't subscribe to any ideology or theology. I more or less I got my own personal relationship with I don't use anthropomorphism. I don't use euhemerism. I have my own personal relationship with the divine and talking to people, and that's the thing, is like, if you don't, like with me, I'm gonna use my own personal experience, you know. That's just how I'm gonna talk.
all
To
right.
relate to people, I gotta use a book. But the book, within the book, is all anthropomorphism. And that's someone else's perception. They wrote the shit when we wasn't here. And then I done studied it, not
What,
from
what is that?
I
What is
read
that?
the
What
book,
is
but
anthropomorphism? What are you talking about? Explain that.
anthropomorphism is when you give human attributes to a god, basically, or animals, or fictional characters. It's called anthropomorphism.
Okay,
Is
so
when
you
you
would
give
say
human
I'm
characteristics.
a Christian. I'm a Christian, right? So then
Uh-huh.
you would say I'm giving an anthropomorphism to Jesus. That's what you would say.
Well, no, when you're talking about Jesus, that's euhemerism. That's when you take like someone who actually has a historical background, and you give them, and you like amp up their story, like give them
Okay.
supernatural aspect. Um,
Okay. Okay.
so
Let me.
that'd
I want
be
to. Let me ask.
euhemerism.
Let me ask you this, and because I'm not going to go into any details, I'm sure your crowd don't even want to hear it. But
Oh no,
so
they know, bro. I do. I got a theology degree, so I like, it's two ways I usually handle like conversations, like far as religion. Either we can
mm,
talk about the meaning of things, or I can just debunk. So it's two ways.
all
I'm
right.
talking about
So
from
what
a
was my question?
historical. Okay.
Right, right.
Go ahead.
But my question doesn't have anything to do with either one of us. My question would be, it's on a level of personal for you. Where did you
Mhm.
come from? Which were you raised a certain way, or were your parents the same way that you think, or was it something different? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I got a unique background. So my mother, her father, um, is 100% Blackfoot. So, Dark Lake, what up? So, uh, I grew up with a spiritual and a Christian background, and my step grandfather was a bishop. So I grew up not only reading the
Okay.
Torah, the Tanakh. I actually he had a copy of the Masoretic text in Hebrew, and I got into like the Gnostic text, the Dead Sea Scrolls,
Mm.
the Book of Thomas. Uh, what's another good one? So
Well, I never
I
heard.
grew up reading all of it.
All right, all right. So I got your background. Believe it or not, well, I mean, I don't know much about the Book of Thomas. Not that one I never heard of, but you got a Blackfoot relative speaking to you right now. You might not believe it, but maybe I'm just like 3%. I don't know.
Oh, you know the
Whatever.
language?
Nope, I don't know the
And still,
language.
do you practice like
None.
do
I
you
don't.
do your
No, I'm
cleansing?
kind of muddish, bro. Right, but
Okay. So yeah, Book of Enoch. Yeah, so that's a good book too. So I grew up like I do know the language and I do practice. But not only do I
you know
practice my
Blackfoot.
native side, yeah. Well, I know
Say
dialect
something.
of Blackfoot.
Hey, how's your day going? Something like that. Whatever, man. What? Tell me
So
something. I never heard it.
so it won't be like, hey, how your day is going, because it's more of a descriptive language. So
Yeah.
it'd be more like so if
I
I
mean,
say
hey,
uh,
don't tell me to go f off because I'm like,
no,
yeah,
no, no, no,
actually, I
no. Like
got.
you know, actually,
I'm just
like
man.
our bad words again. It'd be like it had to be like it's more descriptive. It'd be um, like elk poop or buffalo crap. You know, that's what it'll translate to. But shamahu, shama is blessings. Mahu is day. So it'll be like blessed day.
Okay, yeah, good enough. Well done, sir.
Dark
We
Lake, what
got
up, bro?
somebody else up here. Yeah,
Hey, how's my bros doing? How y'all doing tonight?
Chilling, chilling, bro. Chilling, chilling.
good man, good.
Hey, I'm sorry. What's your name? B? Is it just B?
Hold on, let me move commanders. Rachel, did I say what up though, sis? If I didn't, I appreciate. I mean, I apologize.
Yeah, no,
Or was it?
Hey, thanks for having me on the show again, man. I appreciate it. Um,
Oh,
I yeah, I wanted to because you got the title. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity, right? I've had a lot of talks about this topic, and that's what kind of prompted me to hop on and kind of share. Have you looked up where it comes from?
the concept of toxic masculinity.
Oh, the term.
No.
So what I find um, is that a lot of these like ideological terms that either negatively affect men as a whole or women as a whole come from like a psychologist 20 years or so prior that had an agenda,
Mm,
right? And there's this guy named
mm,
Shepard Bliss, and he was a psychologist that coined that term in the late 80s and 90s. And he was a part of this movement called the mythopoetic movement. Or no, the mythopoetic men's movement. That's what it was called. And this mythopoetic men's movement in the 90s was a collection of a bunch of authors and psychologists that got together and decided to create these practices and treatments for men with quote unquote toxic masculinity. And what their endeavor was to use all of the negative traits, so to speak, or negative actions of men at the time and create a catalyst for those actions, right? But my opinion is that it was it was designed to create a scenario where men are at a lower level in society for the future. Because a lot of the traits that they were attacking were the traits that men absolutely need to thrive in society. And so, um, and I think it's like a competitive thing. I think it's like you have some higher level intellectuals, right, who feel a certain way about quote unquote masculine men. So they want to produce these
mhm.
science. They want to produce these sciences in order to, I guess, stab those men in the
Love
back. So to speak. You feel me?
the level the playing field. So, and I was saying that earlier, like, when we stop hunting and gathering as men, more men start getting into like the arts, and please believe me, I love philosophy, I love psychology and stuff like that. I love it, but some people ain't good. Like, it's some dudes don't know how to change tires, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like something simple like that. You know, is and men like that, like they don't even know how to protect themselves, let alone protect their wife or their kid. So what they do, they go get a gun. You know what I'm saying? They think the gun make them tough, or they gotta hire security because they can't do it. Like,
It's like
so
this. The
I
word.
understand what you said.
It's like this. Like the hunter and gathering example you used, right? If
Mm-hmm.
society made it to where hunting and gathering was the metric of being a man, well,
Mm-hmm.
let's say you have men in that society that aren't really good at hunting and gathering. Well, then they're going to now create a system and an ideology where hunting and gathering is demonized because they see all the hunters and gatherers. They're getting all the women. They're the ones who are put on a pedestal in society. I'm not because I'm not good at that. So let me create an ideology and a science and get together with a group of men in the 90s, call it the mythopoetic men's movement, and let's try to figure out a way to take those men off of that pedestal so that we could have a chance. In certain ways, you can't blame them. But the part where I have issue is you can't blame the men who can hunt and gather for
Right,
abiding by the metric of the system. How is it those men's fault?
right,
This is what it means to be a man, and those men get good at what it means to be a man. Now you're pissed off at those men, right? If anything, be pissed off at the system, but don't direct that toward the men. And then what happened was we're in 2025, we're in 2022, 3, 4, and 5, and we have this third wave feminist movement that took that endeavor and rebranded the ideology with the same term, toxic masculinity, for their own endeavors, so that men can't aspire to be all they can be. That's my personal opinion. That's why I wanted to hop up on the show
My
because I
my
talked.
my problem with kind of where you're kind of going because the host brought up hunters and gatherers and stuff. So then my issue is I think about it real quick and I'm like, how did that even happen? Okay, so then you got hunters and gatherers, and then you got rich and poor. And then you got some rich guy who's realizing his son really ain't cut out to be a hunter gatherer. So we'll leave him behind. He gets to hang around with the women who are just cooking and whatever. They're sticking around the home base. So then all of a sudden he's doing a lot of, flirting around and talking and philosophizing and saying, hey, this and that. And then all of a sudden now we got a huge problem because somebody who wasn't cut out to go into the hunting grounds allowed to stay back because he's rich or whatever. And now we got issues. That's kind of the way I'm thinking about it. Although I can't quite put it into the words that I want to in a short
No,
amount of
no,
time.
bro. B. The thing is that that's right, right? But it's a little twisted in today's time. In today's time, it's like that's what the women via media are preaching to the men. That all of these qualities that makes you a man, that's toxic. The problem is we had a whole generation of young boys growing up listening to those messages from those women and society. And what's happening is come to find out that those women, through their actions, are picking the men, the very men who have these supposed toxic masculine traits they said they didn't want, but they're choosing those men to let them court them. They're choosing those men to fuck, and they're not choosing the men who actually listen to the message from the feminist movement to not be those things. That's where the problem is coming for those men. You feel me?
I mean, no, I can't really buy that. I'm not willing to buy that. I just think that women get, because also you need to think of the flip side, and you go, well, women have been taught since maybe the 90s, around there, 80s, 90s, to be more independent. So then at the same time, while you have one side going one way, you got the other side going the same way. So then you got double trouble, you know?
No, but
So
see, I
it's
could
not,
use
No,
that example, but I could use that example to show you even further, right? Okay, we have a, like you said, we had a society where women were conditioned to be strong and independent, right? So they're out there projecting their independent lives. But guess what? Even though they're independent and even though they can make their own money, guess what they still want? They still want a man who can make as much or more, preferably more than them.
mm,
but
So,
that's okay.
like,
So
you
that's
have
not
to,
really
why?
realistic, though.
well, it's not, but that's
Right?
not how a lot of women think, though. See, it's not realistic, right? Like you just
Nah.
said, it's not. But that's how a lot of women are thinking. So the men, right? The men who are abiding by this scenario in society today, that a woman is equal, those men are thinking, oh, a woman can go out and get her job. I could work and make the same amount as her or a little less than her, and everything should be all right. I should still be able to go out and get a wife. No, these men are
No.
finding that that is not the case, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and see, I want to say too, let me shout out to people in the chat. Bronze, what up, my brother? Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Big Mix, man, where you been, bro? Shout out to Big Mix, man. Appreciate you. But like, I want to go back for a second, and then I'm gonna come right back there. But when you was talking about basically people replace are trying to replace. I'm not gonna say they did, but they're trying to replace masculinity with intellect and finances. They think that because they got the money, that's not masculine, bro. Um, but then like both of y'all was really saying the same thing. One was just talking about the operation, and the other one was talking about the ideology. But
Right.
like even saturating the workforce with women, you put them at competition with men, and then the women want the man to make just as much money while competing with the man to make the money. So
That's
I
set up
mean,
for project. That's set up for rich people, though. You would agree, right? That's set up for rich men. That is a product set up for rich men,
Wait.
right?
When you say for, what do you mean? Set up for which
I,
rich man? What do you mean?
well, I mean, no, I directed that towards the channel owner because he was just speaking. I didn't mean to cut him off, but I wanted to see
oh no
what
no
his.
no 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 no. I want you to elaborate. Yeah, no, just elaborate. Like when you said when you talk about putting the woman in competition in the workforce with men. You
Yeah,
saying that's set up for rich men to benefit off of
yeah,
the competition of men? I can agree with that
yeah.
because
It's
it
logical,
don't
right?
benefit nobody but the
Okay.
corporation. It,
And
it
so, but
that's what it,
what's the my and then my double up on that would be like, what's the rich man's ultimate goal? Well, he wants to go out there and do whatever with whatever woman he wants. So the scenario gets set up perfectly for him. He can say whatever, do whatever with however many women he wants to, and he's going to be just fine. But you left all the common men in the dust. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
all of a
Because they
sudden,
know.
it wasn't. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go no, go, my bad. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I pretty much made my point. I'm good.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was going to say because they know that for those rich men, it's a bit more of a practical solution, right? But the chick working at McDonald's 9 times out of 10, she's not going to desire to work with a man who works at McDonald's. You feel
no.
me? I mean, there are
One,
exceptions, but for the most, I'm talking about a woman's desires. So you're right; it doesn't trickle down well to common man.
no, because most women date up, most men date down. So
Mm,
Right, but then this whole idea of like masculinity and what it is and all the stuff gets just changed into like how much money you make when that's not really the fact, right? I
yeah,
mean, to an extent, okay, I can give you that. You know what I mean? To an extent, I can understand.
well,
But
hey, Dub,
at the
who's
same
more masculine?
time,
I
Go
cut
ahead.
you off again. My bad. Sorry. I feel
No,
like
it's
you
all
speak.
good.
I cut you off.
You had a question. You had a
Sorry.
question. Go ahead.
Who's more? I was going to answer what you were saying. Who's more masculine? The man who earns a million or the man who inherited a million?
Huh.
Earn.
Could be. Could be one. I'm not gonna try to give an answer based on that because I think that's trash. So
Oh, the example?
yeah, I think it's a bad example
Why is that?
because somebody can have a multi-millionaire inheritance and you're going to compare that against their earnings and furthermore it don't matter, bro. You could be working at your local gas station as long as you take care of your kids and you try to hold your family together the best you can. I think that's masculine. So
Let me ask the question in a different way. Who do
go
you
for it.
think learned more life lessons? The person who earned a million or the person who inherited a million?
More life lessons. Okay, so again, I think your question's flawed, and I can explain it pretty well. So let's say I
Okay.
grew up. Let's say I grew up, and then I had a good job, but then I ran into some life problems. All of a sudden, my mom got or my dad got cancer, and it lasted for 10 years, or Alzheimer's, or name something. And then I just went, you know what? Shit, I don't know how it's gonna go for me, but at the same time, I'm gonna look towards taking care of my mom or dad, and I'm gonna be there for their life that they have to live. Now I'm gonna make kind of a sacrifice at that level, but so who did better in the game of masculinity? The one who gave up their job and put forth their time towards I don't know cooking for them, all that stuff, trying to repay what they gave him, or the person who went out and made $1 billion, whatever. What's your opinion? They sent their parents to a old folks home, by the way, instead of doing the other way. So I mean, you figured out. What's your judgment?
I think that's sort of a good point because let's just say like a man who inherited money, right? And then he decides to help his family with that inherited money. But then you have a person who earned money, but then he doesn't decide to help his family with that earned money. I think that's a valid point you made there. Um, just on the external sense of the question of the metaphorical question, it's more kind of like I'm trying to analyze whether or not these people should be viewed the same, just based on uh, the trivial example. So, like on the surface. So, do you think that a man who earned money versus a man who inherited money should be viewed the same on the same level?
Okay, so then I can give you another example that will again
Uh,
prove
let,
kind of what
let me
your
try to
question. Go ahead. Go ahead.
let me. So instead of saying inherit, how about we say a man who earned versus a man who something is given to? I think just being a little bit more concise because like
Okay.
I just feel like Dub go give you different scenarios within the context of what you're saying. So just being a little bit more concise, like because if someone had to work for something versus someone obtaining the same thing from giving it to them, who had the work itself shows um
Yeah, that's what I was.
the,
That's a better way
yeah,
of illustrating what I was trying to
Okay.
get to.
yeah.
Okay. So then there's two ways to look at this. One of them, first one, I'm gonna pose to you is a Christian example. So you can do all the works in the world and think you deserve something, but at the end of the day, when you get in front of God, what are you gonna do? Bring up all your works that you've done? They they don't mean the damn thing. Jesus did all of them for you. That's your inheritance, and that's my first example. But the second one's gonna be uh what if what define work now, because what if one man earned $1 million, whatever, two, three, four, five, six, whatever, but he did it by selling drugs and stuff. So then, excuse me if that's against your
No. I'm sorry to cut
channel
you off, but
or
no.
whatever.
That extra
No, I mean,
scenario, I get that there are nuances. I'm just asking you based
yeah.
on the surface, right? What can we surmise? Like someone who worked for something versus a person who was just given something, right? We can, you would say that it's fair that we should judge them differently, correct?
I don't think that there's an actual way to judge the question that you're asking. On the surface level, it will definitely appear that whoever made more during their life would be, I guess, more masculine, if you want to put it that way. And I have no problem kind of agreeing with that. But that's surface level stuff you're talking about. So your question's kind of unfair. But that's what I would say. If you're just looking surface, that's what you got.
Okay, well, the reason why I bring it up is because none of even the nuances that you brought up in my scenario, they're not considered for a lot of men. So you have like the example you used, right? A man who is selling drugs and he earns money. But you got a man who works in, I don't know, fast food, right? He makes the same amount of money that the guy selling drugs does, but he just makes it slower, right? To a lot of women, that process of earning doesn't matter. It's just about who has it and who has it right now. Not for all women, but that's
Okay.
what a lot of men are experiencing, right? So the reason why I bring it up is because what if you and I, Dub, was on the receiving end of that? Uh, we weren't selling drugs. We were working at McDonald's and we were getting to the money slower. What if you and I got together, made a movement, and then you say, you know what, this is unfair because all the women they're going for the drug dealers. So let's create an ideology. Let's become psychologists and create an ideology to where drug dealing is monstrous, so that we don't have to worry about those men taking all the women in society. Right? That's essentially where I'm trying to get to. That's what I think has been happening with this whole ideology of toxic masculinity or any other psychological definition,
Oh,
if that makes
oh,
sense.
okay. So I think that with what you're saying, you there would have to be an understanding that there's only going to be a certain amount of rich people that earn it in a certain way, and then there becomes a lower tier of rich people who earn it in a different way. And so you got your workers who you would say you look at them and you'd be like, oh yeah, he earned it the fair way, and then he earned it the other way. I mean, but the fact of the matter is, even in that scientific experiment, which it seemed like you were just trying to pose, there's different kind of women. So there is no matter how you do it, whether you would start a certain way or with the males and then with the women, there's no static like scientific way of outlining this because everyone's different. So there's no one spot, fits all kind of with this thing. It's
There is
constantly
though,
moving.
but there
There
is.
is.
I
Yeah,
think he
it's
more
like
or less talking about, like Dark Lake talking about. I mean, if you look at like basically what he's saying is, um,
and I'm sorry, Dub,
the
I'm not trying to get on your nerves.
no, it's
Yeah,
like when he talking about like the process, even like the process of getting or making the money, you're learning life lessons. But you'll have some people. I got people in my family, like I got wealthy people in my family, and some of the people just giving stuff. So they're truly naive to the world because they think, because mom and dad just showered them, and even now they trust fund babies. So it's like they just get everything. They don't have to earn it. So they're not learning different life lessons than someone who's out there grinding, going through the ups and downs, actually facing adversity, bro. That's what molds us is the adversity that we face in life. That's what chisels out our character. You know what I'm saying? And if you
That's
don't
what I got.
have to go through a lot of those experiences, that's why you see a lot of people 30, 40 years old jumping off of buildings because they done lost their girlfriend. Like what?
there's a lot of ways you
That,
can chop this up. You know what I mean? There's a ton of ways you can chop this up. And okay, so person has job, said job, they're killing it. 5 years into it, they got like a team. everything. They're making bank, you know. All of a sudden, family member has huge problem. They realize, and they're like, "Oh, well, I mean, come on, man. I feel like I should come over here and just, forget it. I got to drop my job for now, whatever." And then it turns into, say, 5 years, 7 year, whatever. But who is doing a better service to their own mom or dad? Was the person who kept working? Who would be more proud? Would the dad or mom be more proud of you if you just kept working and worked through it, or would the dad or mom be more proud if you stayed at home, kind of with them, and wiped their ass and cooked them food and did whatever you could to fit in? I mean, these are things that no one could really judge. So these are facts, dude.
But
Commander made a
I don't understand like correlate that to like masculinity. Like someone like, because I say this, after my first marriage, I had to move back with my mom. When I moved back with my mom, guess what I did? I took over the bills, took over the majority of the bills. Until I moved out. Um, so I know people who move back home with mom and don't do nothing. So we in the same situation, but it's different
Okay.
outcomes.
Oh,
So
okay. Let me
I mean,
let me
so
introduce let me introduce another piece to try to make it clear, because it's not going to be clear because of today's standard. So if you were back in the hunter gatherer days, you wouldn't have to worry about any of this stuff. The clan would have your mom's back or your dad's back, and you're going to go hunt because you're of age to hunt. It's not the same now. You understand? Like you got broken families all over the place. You got, so hey, my dad's my stepdad now, and my mom's the one who's sick. So, and I can sit here and say, yeah, he treated her like an asshole, totally, like complete disrespect. The guy deserves to get his face put through the pillow, but can't do that because guess what? That's overly toxic masculinity, but whatever. So you got to sit there and, okay, there ain't no tribe here that's going to take care of mom or dad. I got to do that. Or which one am I going to choose? So there is like a masculine aspect to it. It's just harder to see because the way society's built. You got a house, okay, like people who are like of different cultures be like, you got a house, your mom's moving in, your dad's moving in, your other family members might be moving in. But the normal American way of doing things is you, your wife, and that's about it. Kids, whatever. You ain't having your family members all move in. So, I mean, figure it out. There are multiple different ways to look at this thing.
well, yeah. If I may, what's up, Ryder? How you doing? That's Ryder, right?
yeah, Rach, what up, sis? Shit,
How you doing?
that's one of my co-hosts. She
Oh, okay.
always come up and
I
co-host
met her
with
on
us.
another
Yeah, some
channel.
people they be holding me down. Go ahead, Dark Lake, and then did you want to touch on what
Oh yeah,
Commander said, or you can do it in
yeah.
any order you want, bro?
Yeah. No. So, Commander, she says that you can't be masculine without growing up rough, and the answer is you absolutely can be masculine without growing up rough. That's not what I was trying to say, but I get why you were thinking that. Um, that's another stereotype I think that we got to get out, especially as Black people. Like just because you ain't from the hood or whatever, don't mean that you're not a man. So, but the point of what I was saying was that, like for example, they say there's a high probability of a child wrecking a car, totaling it, if they're given a car at 18 without having to earn it. Like there's actual science on it. I forgot what the percentage was, but I think it's like over 70% of kids whose parents just gave them a car without having them go out and get a job to earn that car or to make payments toward it. Just going out, racing, doing whatever because they didn't have to earn it. So they're not really caring for it like that. And it's like something like over 70%. I could be off about that number, but it's a high percentage of the probability of that car being totaled, right? Versus kids who go out and they add to the payments of the car. That's what I'm talking about. I think that just that distinguishing, it matters, right? Unfortunately, in society, that distinguishing doesn't matter to society or to a lot of women. It seems like if you have it, you're the man, no matter how you got it, just as long as you have it. And
Right.
that's the type of thought that I think a lot of these, in reference to the term masculinity, that a lot of these like high intellects of the 90s, that's the type of experience that they were undergoing, which then implored them to create these sciences to discredit, um, the quote unquote masculine men of that time.
And that goes back to that bus driver debate. You remember that? Like I'm listening to people like if this man going to work, busting his ass, taking care of his business, and he just so happened to drive a bus, that don't make him no less than a man.
Mm.
It's like people look at I grew up in the hood, bro. So
You're a little bit,
I
hey,
mean,
you're a little bit muffled, man.
oh, go ahead, y'all rock out. I'm outside. Y'all rock out. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, I just feel like
You can go ahead. I can
there's
hear you. I can hear you, but you're a little bit muffled.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back and get on the big mic. I'm on my headpiece, my earpiece, so I get muffled sometimes. But y'all go ahead and rock out. Look, I come back in. I jump back in the conversation when I come in.
That's a
Ryder, are
great.
you there?
Let me. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Mm-hmm.
you.
All right. Let me ask y'all a question. How do you differentiate the between the traditional masculinity and toxic masculinity?
Well, oh, I'll let Duck go.
All right, fair enough. I think that traditional masculinity has a lot to do with understanding who you are and being secure in who you are, and being secure in who your woman is, being secure in who you have around you. And I think that toxic masculinity is the opposite. So, you got the wrong lady because you don't know what you're looking at, and she's a floozy who wants to do X, Y, and Z. So you're constantly going to be, on edge. But that's uh, your way of thinking, and you like that woman, and that's the women you run after. You're going to be screwed, and then you're going to run into some toxic stuff. But I still don't think that's not necessarily toxic masculinity. That's trying to a man straighten out a woman. But um, when the woman can't be straightened out, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife, they say. So that's
Um,
gonna cause a little bit of toxic masculinity.
So what up, though, bro? Let me jump in on that real quick. Um, I like that. Appreciate you. And this is what I enjoy females, especially the females that rock out with us. They come for information, like they come with the intent to learn. But uh, when you think of traditional masculinity, like I was referencing the hunting and gatherers. It's not the fact that the hunting and the gathering was masculine. It was the lessons you learned within hunting and gathering, and a lot of that was self control or self mastery. Being able to control oneself, no matter what kind of situation you in. When you hunting a bear, you have to be patient. You have to be quiet because if you don't get that clean shot off, guess what? It's coming after you. So there's a lot of self control involved. Learning, the process of self control. So I would say traditional is about men uh, coming into self mastery, right? That's what you was teaching little boys how to master different aspects of self. And this toxic masculinity, I like how Dark Lake the brother came up here and educated us on where it came from and the ideology behind it. And toxic masculinity to me is men acting like fucking females. That's what it is to me. I'm just being honest, man. Like I don't even consider that masculinity at all. So that's why I said when women act masculine, they're not equipped like we are. We natural competitors, we fighters, we warriors. That's what we do. So when it comes to that level of competition, is like we equipped for that and women not. So I don't
When a man,
believe in the whole concept of toxic masculinity for men. I don't believe men can be in a phase of toxic masculinity. I just don't believe it.
to me, when a man is acting like a female, he is not in control of his physical capabilities, right? See, for me, masculinity is suppressing a lot of stuff. So, you know, there's a low level of threat between the two men if they get into a verbal altercation. But those two men, even though they're pissed off at that bar or wherever it is, they're still sort of holding back a little bit because they know that shit could kind of blow up. It's a little different with women because there's not really like a low level threat of physical violence. But when a man doesn't have control of his faculties, he's more so acting like a female. I'm not trying to throw women under the bus or anything like that. I'm just illustrating a difference between the sexes. Is that um, it's not seen as egregious when a woman loses control and gets physical with another woman, or a man for that matter. But it's seen as more egregious when a man does it to another man or a woman or whatever because of the physical capabilities that men have. So if a man is not holding himself back and just lashes out to acting on his emotion, he's mostly acting like a female and doesn't understand that society is going to judge him differently.
Mhm.
And I'll just end it with this. I think this whole toxic masculinity stuff is just a corrupted view of the difference in the ways that men love versus the ways that women love. And I think like a perfect example of this is that movie Major Payne, bro. Anybody ever seen Major Payne?
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
actually
good movie.
Yeah, bro, Damon Wayans, right? Uh, you know, you someone can make the argument that that was toxic masculinity. You know, he comes in and he's like, "Sit down, you turds. This is what I said. Do your turds. You
oh,
graduated from turds. You graduated from turds to maggots. You know, like stuff like that." But that was his way of showing that he cared about those children at that boot camp to give them discipline um, to sort of take on the challenges of life, right? And I feel like that's what society doesn't really understand about masculinity. They just think they just automatically go to something that's abusive, which there are abusive men, don't get it twisted, but not every form of discipline or harsh sort of action that a man would project is toxic masculinity. That's just a man being a man.
Oh,
yeah. But
okay, and then
now in this era, they think that toxic masculinity is, a man opening the door, a man speaking up for himself, standing up for himself. And I'm like, how I want a man to do that. You see where I'm coming from? I want him to pay for my dinner if he's asking me out on a date. I still believe on
no,
dates. I mean, in dates, like, but I feel as though
they
it got
trick,
used because women want to
they're
be so
tricking everyone.
independent. The fact that they say that we don't need a man, when in reality, we should want that man. I want my man to help me out on certain occasions. Like I'm tired. I want him to take the trash out for me. I don't mind when he washes the dishes. Like, well, how is that toxic masculinity? You see where I'm coming from? Like, just because you want to be independent doesn't mean that the man is toxic because he's doing what he's supposed to do traditionally. You see where
Well,
I'm
so
coming
Yeah,
from?
yeah.
but I think that it's this is what they're doing is it's a multifaceted thing where they're trying to tell women
It's
that
making our boys
you
soft.
don't you don't need somebody to do this for you, and if they do it for you, then they are soft people. He shouldn't take the trash. You don't need him to do that. He shouldn't do he shouldn't make you a sandwich. And this is like them invading on your house and your personal feelings to tell you how life should be. But the
Right.
reality is, it don't matter. One can be doing one thing in the relationship, one could be doing something else. As long as it's pretty
Yeah.
much 50-50 along the way, you're going to get along great, like you
Yeah,
should,
100.
Men are taught how to work for a woman, and women are expected to what to expect from a man, and that's the culture I think Doc was getting at. I think
Facts.
Yeah.
So with that being said, do you think society's perception of masculinity has changed over the years? If so, how?
Society's perception has changed, but it hasn't changed in the man at all. Because you can't, it's not working, what we're going through. And there's no such thing as toxic masculinity when it comes to a man.
And Gary, bro, if a man want to date an independent woman, he the bottom, bro. Boy, we'll deal with that shit, bro. Look, man, look, bro. Look, I'm telling you, man. I love my wife being in her femininity. I love her being a female. There's no competition between me and her. Like that whole independent mindset, like it's not logical, right? For a person to have an independent mindset and to get in a relationship because your mental framework is independent. Meaning alone. That's what independent means. You by yourself. So what the hell are you in a relationship for?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
And then
so
that's where that competition come in. Like you start complaining. I'm not competing with my wife. That's my complimentary piece. She compliments me. I compliment her. There's no competition in between us.
well, good for you, because why would you think that you're even competing in the first place? If you've drowned out the outside sources that are trying to tell you how to live, then you actually have a real relationship. It's just between you and her. Whoever's doing this or that, you're not keeping score anyways. But the fact of the matter is, the media and all these sources, if you don't drown them out, then they're going to try to tell you how to live, and they're going to try to tell, oh, if he's doing this, then this means that, and they're all going to philosophize and try to be psychologists and all this other shit. When I mean, there are a few things that, sure, like that's the male side, they do that traditionally, and that's the woman's side, and they do that traditionally. But otherwise, maybe there's a certain percentage that at this point in life, we're not hunters and gatherers anymore, but at this point in life, maybe some of the things can be like, okay, well, I'll take care of that. Don't worry about it. I'll scrub the bathrooms or whatever. I'll make you a sandwich. Who cares? Really? Who gives a shit? As long as we're drowning it out together, right? I'm happy. Are you happy? Yeah, you're happy. We're good. That's that.
Hey, hold on, y'all. 1 second. Hold on. Somebody just hit the stage. It's one of my favorite people in the whole wide world. So hold on 1 second. I gotta introduce her. I don't know if y'all know who this is, but
can you hear me?
Okay.
What up, Nine? You got donkey punching. Hey, I want to know you got donkey punching. You got donkey punching. Mature conversation. You got donkey punching. That's the ADHD. Donkey punching. Life happens, or you grow out of stuff, or what, just things happen. Donkey punching. You got donkey punching. And then people think that women can't be like the predator or the violent person in the relationship. Like, you got donkey punching. Use something for malice. You got donkey punching. Trying to send me across the border? Donkey punching. Donkey punching.
Commanders.
What up, though? The words got me coming out here like a damn wrestler. All that masculinity.
And I got a third leg now. Shit.
She got her own theme music. She got her own intro song when she come up.
That sounds like my intro, like my wrestling intro. I'm flexing right now.
Who had an intro like that? Yo, she ain't wrong. Who came out with that? Stone Cold? No, it wasn't Stone Cold. That little intro in the beginning, he had them little glass shatter and stuff. Who was it? See now,
I don't know, but what up, Nine? What up, everybody? Chat, where you at? I came to break up the masculinity a little bit, me and Writers.
With her soft voice.
What you got to say,
Commander?
Yeah, what you got to say, Commander?
Oh, like that stoic? Okay,
Yep.
what you got to say? I
No,
never
no,
really
no,
think
no.
about these things, so I don't really
Welcome,
like
welcome.
masculinity.
The water's
What?
warm. Relax. You don't need to just jump in like you're gonna get bald like a crab. You're gonna be all right. So then go
Look,
What
Word
was the
asked me
last
about
thing you asked
equality between men and women. I don't think about that. I don't think about no red pill, blue pill, jelly beans.
They
I don't think
they
about masculinity, toxicity, femininity. Like, I really don't think about those things, to be honest.
You have children? You have children?
Maybe that's because I'm married. Maybe that's why I don't think about it. I don't think it matters if someone has children or not. I don't think it makes them feminine or
So,
more
No, but
masculine if they don't have children.
you gotta you
Commander,
gotta raise the child, right? Correctly.
wait,
So yeah, go on,
Commander,
go on.
is it about drowning out the other opinions from your relationship? Is that kind of legit?
I don't really have. Well, I mean, I guess you guys right here. Nobody really has an opinion on my relationship except like maybe my immediate family, but they approve basically.
So I mean, basically, so your ability to drown out the outside influences. I mean, your family, that's fair enough, but it's your ability to drown out what society tells you that your marriage should be. I think
But
that's
who's telling
crucial.
me? TikTok? Like
they
who's telling us?
Exactly.
Because I'm not on
Exactly.
TikTok. Mm-mm.
You're drowning it out. You're drowning it out, right?
I guess because I used to be on TikTok, but I got off of that because it's like brain rot.
It's really about our future. It's really about the future, you know. Why we should care is for the future.
No, I do care, but I'm saying like I don't really like think about toxic masculine. Like I know a toxic person when I encounter one.
Sure.
Yeah, Commander, he's asking you that. I think Deb is asking you that because it's like that's what we would hope that the majority of women would do. Like kind of like drown out TikTok messages and just like live life and meet this guy, meet that guy, instead of like, no, this is toxic masculinity. Let me stay away from that type of guy. But the problem is that supposed toxic masculinity trait is just something inherent in man. So it's like it gives us a little bit of hope to hear a woman like you say, "Yeah, I don't really talk about that stuff. I don't see that on TikTok." That's amazing. I think that's why he's asking you.
And I noticed this
Commander.
too. A lot of women in relationships, like good, healthy relationships, man, none of this shit apply to them. They don't be think like she said, they don't be thinking about this bullshit because it be bitter, single ass people, men and women, be complaining. Like I be thinking, like, bro, how can you like? I be hearing the way some men talk about women, like you don't like women, bro. Like what? Like that sound weird, bro. Like I can't talk about. Don't you got a mama? Like, is your mama like that? It'd be so many questions going through my head. Like, bro, you think about your mama like that? And some of them do. I mean, look, everybody. Look, I ain't even gonna touch. I'm gonna be quiet.
All right, with all that being said, guys,
But
let me ask
you guys, yeah, go on. Sorry.
With all that being said, let me ask y'all, what do y'all think the concept of toxic masculinity has, on men and boys today in society?
Oh,
Has it impacted them?
yes.
I'm not gonna lie. I just heard about this probably like a year ago. I'm like, what the fuck is like? Don't make
Oh,
sense
Yeah.
to me.
no, dude, it was the
Well, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie. I've been hearing
the
about this
pandemic.
last couple of years since I
The,
became a woman.
the pandemic is the thing that really put it into overdrive. It's a lot of young guys that's like questioning. They think that what they feel inside to do is somehow wrong. That's how it's tricking young guys today. So, I'm not gonna go approach that woman at the Starbucks that just saw that I'm attracted to because that's what creeps do. That's what stalkers do. That's toxic masculinity. I'm gonna look like a misogynist if I open the door
Yeah,
for
you're
this
right
woman.
about that.
And then you have a whole bunch of men who start doing things like not opening doors for women. And then you got all these women who are making videos like, how come men aren't doing this anymore? Chivalry is dead. because the men are responding to messages that's projected for them in society. That's how it's affecting men, in my opinion.
Okay.
That doesn't give them an excuse though, right? Like for me, it's like I don't care what messages are out there. If I see a woman at the grocery store, I approach her that I like. You know, I do
Yeah,
think about these
yeah,
messages. It's out there, but I think that there's a certain degree. Like sometimes you just gotta say fuck it, and I'm attracted to her. Approach her, right? But some people just aren't. Like they don't have that fortitude. They'll just like most women are thinking that this is bad, so I'm not gonna do it. And
That's
it's
yeah.
not
The
only
how
best
you
thing,
it's the women.
yeah,
The women suffer of it too. So
bro, how you choose
yeah,
to
but
hit on women. That's however you choose to hit on women. It's your own decision. And that's just who you are. Like that can't be changed. You are who you are. You're gonna get in where you fit in. That's just a fact. And you might not get in for a while, so you do.
Mm-hmm.
But where this is affecting younger people is the whole LGBT agenda because they're forced to say that they cannot speak up. And when you can't speak up, then you are really suppressed and stuff's going to go haywire. And we can see it happening in front of our eyes, whether you want to see it or not. So that's my opinion on it.
yeah, being able not to get persuaded by social media like yourself, Commander, you don't really pay attention. And I think if you get the chance to ever experience that, that's the best thing, you know. You know of these things, but you're not persuaded by it. So I know where you come from when you say, it just doesn't work on me, all this masculine, toxic masculinity and whatnot. But you guys will be the exception, right? You're married, so you're kind of out of the market, and
Well, and before you answer that one, let me add though, because the fact of the matter is,
Wait, who's
quite
married?
often,
Only
I
Commander.
could pose this, I
You're
could
pretty
pose the
much married,
question.
writers.
I could pose the question to people out there. I could say, hey, your dad fought in the war. Yeah, he did. Okay. Or she did her part, whatever she may have been doing. Would they have fought for what is going on now? If would they have enlisted at the same time, like when they did, say they were 18, would they have enlisted knowing what's going on? We can see, I think, that there's a decline in enlisting for the military because shit ain't going right. Masculinity ain't being celebrated in the way that it should be. So it's a fair question to ask. I think that
but
the answer is going to
it
be
doesn't
yes,
have to
but
be. I don't think it has to be, to be honest, to
it has to be what?
promote that masculine. To promote that that masculinity is gone, right?
No, I never said
There are
masculinity
more.
is
There are
gone.
more.
I'm just thinking,
Yeah,
go ahead.
yeah. There are more men like you and me, basically, right?
I'm not gonna sign up to fight for a country that's going downhill and promoting rainbow flags. Sorry, that doesn't. It seems more like time to bring my own family as close as I can together, whatever that may be. But it's not a time to go out and try to fight a war for a bunch of people I don't know who are waving rainbow flags, but at the same time trying to promote Islam because those two things don't go together. Sorry.
yeah,
I'm
but
sorry.
Hey,
don't
what what
don't
part
mix
of
it
So
up.
what part of the
Don't
country you from, bro? You from the South,
I'm West Coast.
West Coast? Oh, dang!
the problem
He
though is
said
that
rainbow
the people
flags and Islam. Like what?
the people in the military they sort of fought for people's right or freedom to do just the things you say you don't like them doing. That's the only conundrum with that. Like they fought for Americans to be free and uh, pray to who they want to pray and live their lives the way they want to live. That's what they fought for. So we might not like the result, but it's a result of what was fought for. Would you agree?
Good point.
Hey, what do you think of the rainbow flags supporting free Palestine?
I agree. I agree that the fact of the matter is that they went to war and they supported
Supporting
their
what?
children. Their children. That's it. Just their children. They didn't support everything that America is doing. Let's say if you're an American, if you're
I
British,
don't.
you can figure it out for yourself
I
or
don't. I
whatever.
don't know. I don't know a lot of people who enlisted with the intent. I mean, most people I know enlisted. They said they went to go over there to fight before people came over here and fight. So, like bro was saying, like more or less, to have the freedom to be able to choose different things. That's what we're fighting for, not a specific thing, but just the right to be able to choose or to
See,
do.
but that
You,
changed though, right? That changed recently to like heavily on one side, which is now like, where are we? We need to sit down and think about where we are, what we represent, what we're doing.
I mean,
Bro,
that's since Trump got in office, bro. He done eradicated all this shit, bro.
It's fixed, guys. It's fixed.
He
No, we're
eradicated
gonna be
all
great,
that
though.
shit, bro.
It's gonna be
He
great,
like,
guys.
It's
You
gonna
know
be
what
great,
Trump
man.
can eradicate? You know what Trump can eradicate though? And this is me beyond the toxic masculinity stuff. I think this is a problem because I do kind of believe in John Connor. It's like,
Yeah.
dude, the robots, bro. The robots, like
yeah,
in
man.
homes. There's no way that we won't be replaced with that as men. There's no way, bro.
Y'all heard Terrence
Yeah,
Howard say
yeah.
Or women.
2025, no more men. It's only
all they
women.
have to do, all they have to do is like put a dildo on that thing, bro, and
They
like
no, he didn't.
it's done, bro. Like you know what I'm saying? Like that's our biggest threat. I feel like we can't be so quick to promote AI and robots and just believe in Dale Spooner from iRobot and John Connor from Terminator.
bro,
Like
traditional,
we have to have that directive.
Wait, you do know they got the sex AIs, right? They look human as shit. They're trying to transfer the human conscious to it. They already got
wow,
some
Sex
that you
bot.
can have relationships with them.
It's
Like
a
now they're
threat
trying
to
to use
women
those
as
same
well.
robots to transfer the human's conscience. That's why I was like, yo, you do know they got that already. He's like, wait, strap a dildo. They got the humankind looking already. Looking. Was it look just like us? You can't even tell they're robots, and people are having sex with these things.
Oh,
Do you
shit.
believe you can transfer
okay.
consciousness to a robot?
I mean, listen, they did not freeze Walt Disney,
Okay.
right, for all the way up until 2025 for no reason. Because 2025 they supposedly unfroze that motherfucker.
I
So
I think
you
it's
tell
more.
me.
I think it's more evil. I think it's more evil than that. I think it's more demonic type
Yeah,
thing.
I know.
Oh
Word has
wow.
spoke about it before. Word went deep down into that
Well,
rabbit hole.
hold on. Guess what? Okay, let me try to close out like the warfare piece, right? People going signing up. Guess what? That's over. We could just buy $200 drones, strap some kind of something to it, and it's over. Like, and make 1 billion of them because we could spend 200 billion. So let's just go do that, and we'll have a
Wait a
bunch of
minute.
people on their computer
Who are we
screens
fighting?
and,
They
Who are we
don't know, but
fighting?
actually have an
now you
200
on to her
billion.
point. The AI doing all these things and chasing after women that don't even exist. So,
Wait a
isn't
minute.
What's all the weapons for?
But
Hey,
Big
what's all
Nick's
the
not
weapons
here.
for, you reckon?
Commander,
Oh,
read that comment.
you did. You tell me. You tell me. I don't know.
Hey, y'all tripping in the chat, bro. I don't know what Big Mick's talking about. He tried to
Oh,
take
Lord.
it away. Brian's talking about toxic
You were part of the
masculinity
you're part of the
is when
test
your
run, bro.
homies. Bro, I don't know. They tripping in the chat. I don't know what are they going
When your
on.
homies tell you to take one for the team, that's not toxic. That's
Nah,
being a
he
friend.
he told
He
a
said
joke in the
he
chat.
said
He
your
was
homies
like,
were the guy
Hold on, no, you see what he wrote? What he wrote earlier? He said toxic masculinity equals Tyler Perry. I was like, I was sitting up there
Yeah,
laughing.
I saw that too.
Oh, Bishop
Yo, I
Titty
can't.
Jakes.
Yo, you need to have Big Mix up here with you and have a convo. Nobody on the panel.
Okay, has any of you men been called toxic
All the
masculinity?
time. Shit.
Oh, all the time.
By who? What?
Man, I
No.
used to, like it was people at the gym, like my left shoulder pop out of place a lot. So I'd be in there lifting and it'll pop out of place and I grab like a plate and snap it back in plate and keep working out. They'd be like, bro, you toxic. And I'm like, what? Like, man, you don't even like, or I'd be lifting heavy and they like, I'm like, how's that toxic? Because y'all can't lift the shit. Like, because you can't do what I can do. Even like, in the I'm in the martial arts. So even in that area, I didn't even know it was a concept. I thought it was just some shit somebody said. But I learned like a year ago, like, no, this is some real shit. Like I heard it before, I've been called it, but I didn't take that shit serious. I didn't think it was, how people just throw words together. I'm thinking like they just talking shit. Like that's toxic what you doing.
They are. They don't even know what they're saying.
Well, that's what. So you know what? I don't think. No, I've never. No one ever said I displayed toxic. They called me toxic. Like the stuff I was doing, they were saying it was toxic, but they didn't say you toxic masculinity. But they called me toxic.
So listen, yeah, we got a panel full of men today, right? Except for us two women. Let me ask y'all this: this concept of toxic masculinity. How much of an impact has it had on our kids, our boys, our young men?
Yeah, like I said earlier, Ryder, like I said earlier, it basically makes boys hesitate or feel a certain type of way of what's inherent about
So,
them, right?
I know that part. Do y'all believe? Because I've had some women, right, say that it's making our boys softer, more women-like, especially in the
it's making men more emotional. My mom, I grew up in a single mother household, so she can't discipline me like my father could or a father could. And the way she raised me up was to beat me up into a man. But I always kind of despised her. I never took her seriously. And when I turned like 13, she realized she couldn't hurt me no more. So growing up, it has affected me growing up, and it's taken a while to let go of some of that. But yeah, I'm still learning.
Did you guys buy a motel and call it Bates? Is that what you did next?
Oh shit! No, he didn't. Just
I
compared him to
swear,
Bates
I'm sorry.
Motel. Oh my god! Wait a minute.
Hey,
Hey, so I had to, bro. I apologize. I don't mean to take your story lightly. It was a thought. I'm sorry. It was a joke.
No, you're good. You're good. No disrespect here. Yeah.
But that hasn't made you. You're a grown man now, right? And it hasn't made you.
I'm 34.
Yeah, you're a grown man. My point is, it hasn't made you feminine. What I mean is that you're not sitting here with how can I say, picking on women, trying to hit on women. You see where I'm coming from? Trying to have your mentality compared to a woman, or try to be a woman. You see where I'm coming from? Where I've heard some cases where the women are saying that our boys are getting soft.
Hold on, because there's two aspects to it. Number one is it doesn't matter. Like whatever type of man you are, you're gonna hit on you're gonna get a certain type of woman. That's just what you want. So if you want to hold off because everyone else is hitting on her at the bar or whatever, that's
not hitting on her, hitting a woman. I'm talking about being abusive. I'm talking about being abusive.
No, that's beyond that. That's a whole nother definition. That has nothing to do with toxic masculinity.
That has nothing to do with man. See, man, this is like people, they use these phrases and terms and don't even understand the concept. Masculinity, when you talking about, like I was saying, the hunting and gathering aspect, what it developed within you was with self-control, self-mastery. So a man, like I know, like my wife, she popping off at the mouth. Let me go step to the side. You know, she
Hey,
tripping
the
right
word.
now.
Hold
You
on.
know,
The word.
go over there.
I'm
No,
trying to.
I ain't about
I'm trying to
because
understand you. The word. I'm trying to understand you right now. So you're saying that back in the days, when the hunting and the gathering, where's the part they said, "Yeah, go ahead and beat your lady"? Because
no.
I'm not
What are
seeing
you
it.
talking
You
about?
know what I'm saying?
No,
But
what are
this
you?
is
That's why word
No,
is saying what he's saying.
crap. It's
no, that's what
crap.
I'm saying. No, what are you saying? Because ain't nobody said back in hunting and gathering had nothing to do. We don't beat women. Men don't beat women, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like
There
what
you
you go?
go.
I know,
That's exactly.
like me personally, like
But
I told you, I'm into
hold
martial arts
on.
and
Hold
stuff
on.
like that. Is a lot of
She was
men
just
can't do
saying that.
nothing with me. So what a
She was
woman
just
go do
saying
with me? Yeah, that's what I'm. But the whole concept of masculinity is what I'm saying. Like people like
yeah.
to even add toxic to it is irrational. It's not logical.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
Jordan
agree.
Peterson. Jordan
What
Peterson.
was Ryder's question? What was Ryder's question?
No, y'all
Uh,
answered my question. I was saying that regardless of anything, right? You was raised by a single mom, so people can't keep using the excuse of, well, a boy was raised by a single mom, or he was just around a bunch of women and that's why he's acting very feminine, or he does the things of a woman, or he's very emotional, or when he gets to a certain age, he's still, I, you see where I'm
yeah,
coming from? So it's been proven
Big
to
part
yeah,
of
like,
that's a
and
big
even
part of
yeah.
it.
word has
So
broken it down.
what? Yeah, what a father can teach their son is very different from what a mother can teach their son in terms of
Yeah.
discipline and what to expect from the world, what your
Oh,
duty
that's
is as a man. So the whole dynamic is very different.
Yeah, I know. I said it before because listen, before my baby pops came into the picture, right? I was raising two boys alone, and it was, I'm not gonna sit here and say that, oh, it's so easy, like a lot of women say. No, it was a little difficult, especially when they got to a certain age, where I had
For
to let
sure.
him step in. You see where I'm coming from? Because me as a mother, even when I tried to be strong and I tried to be very loud with them, it's like they took it as a joke. I can't, that masculine side that everybody was
Yeah.
expecting didn't come out. I could be rough in the streets, but when it came to my boys, it was like, okay, I can't sit here and treat my boys like I treated somebody out in the
Yeah.
streets. It's a big
Ryder, can I ask
What
you
did
guys?
yeah, okay,
Wait, wait,
let
wait.
me ask her, what did discipline look like when you had to discipline your boys? What did that look like?
I popped them until they, had a certain age. When they hit a certain age, I wasn't popping them no more. I was talking to them because, hitting them doesn't get you nowhere. Like I tell people, and it took my baby pops, to get me to understand that part. Like you gonna pop, they're gonna expect that shit. That they're gonna try to, sit here and try to be tough with you. No, so, talking with them, let's work. I went through the different stages with them, and I had to realize that as they start growing, I have to start doing different things with them. With girls,
Yeah,
it's a little
behaving different. Yeah,
behaving
yeah,
different,
yeah.
talking different. Not just that, the way I talk, the way everything. Let's put it like that is way different
Yeah,
with
can
the
I ask
boys.
how old your boys are?
One is 18 now, the other one is 15, and like
Oh, they're men now. They're men
yeah,
now.
and I have to be harder on them than what I am with my daughter. So it's crazy. Like I tell people,
Right.
I have to be harder on my boys. But my daughter, I cannot be as hard as I am with my boys. She start crying as soon as I raise my voice. With them,
Yeah.
I raised my voice and they would laugh in my face. I used to be like, "What the fuck?" Like on some real shit.
But you see
Hey,
the difference, Ryder. But you see the difference, though, right?
mm-hmm.
What you just said is the reality for men in society, right? Which is why always have a hard time with the thing about we need to treat women as equals when they're not having the equal experience of accountability that men are
Emotions.
having. You
We're
see what I'm
more
saying? Like you
emotional.
even said, and you're right. I can't discipline my boys like I discipline my daughter. I say a certain thing, my voice, the tone gets a certain way, and she'll be heavily emotionally affected by that. Society takes that same approach, and if those boys start to exude the same type of emotion that your daughter is, it's more like that's a weak man. Let's go and fuck him up, right?
Yep,
Like that's
they're considered
that's the
weak.
that's the type of scenario that men endure in this society. I'm not saying that women also don't have the struggles. I'm just saying that there's a difference. So a lot of these feminists, they'll be on this app and they'll be trying to exude these ideas of how men have it better and this and that, but they don't. There's a lot of nuances they don't understand when it comes to the differences of how men are treated in society and how women are, right? And to your point about you were saying when I've tried to discipline my boys, they just saw it as a joke, right? I
Yeah.
get that, but when like to you it was like them seeing it as a joke. But I'll tell you, it wasn't because of a lack of respect they have for you. It
It
wasn't
was
because
them
of a
being tough.
lack of love. The thing about it is with a man, it's like there is a level of fear there that every child has for their father, right? It's not like a negative type of fear. It's more like, you
Nicely said.
know, he could potentially like do something and I could actually feel this if I'm acting bad. You know,
Compared to
so
when stepfather walks in, I see the
yeah,
difference. His voice is a
Yeah,
little husky.
I
It's
was
like when he
I
talks,
was
it's
never
like,
scared of my mom.
who said that?
Look. My
Oh,
son
I
is
was
five.
afraid of disappointing. I was afraid of disappointing my mom, but I
Right.
wasn't afraid
Mhm.
Yeah,
of any.
yeah,
yeah,
That's
yeah,
different
yeah,
though. But see, I wasn't afraid of any sort of
But
yeah,
repercussions that my
that
father
was
could
your
endure,
own. That was your
and
own.
it
That was
wasn't.
yeah,
your own father, bro. That was your own father. That
yeah.
was your own father, right? You were talking about your own
Right,
father, not a stepfather. Yeah.
but
right.
even with that, listen, my kids,
Okay.
when it comes to stepfather, it's like a 10 hut. You see the difference? It's a 10 hut.
No, there is
Almost a
nothing on
10
a
hut.
stepfather. Sorry, you minus like 30 points, percentage points on the scared factor. Your
Uh-uh.
dad, your true father holds a lot of pop. You ain't recognized it,
See,
and that's why
like,
people should stay together.
Dominant.
like in my situation, their father is deceased. So not every
Okay,
woman is
well, fair
single.
enough.
They want
Hey,
to be
fair enough.
single. Now
Hey,
you understand
hey,
my
hey, I want to
situation.
bury
That's why I'm
you. I
laughing, and
wasn't
I was
trying to
like, I'm
bury you,
comparing to
man.
Dark. That's why I was like,
I wasn't
I
trying
was
to bury
agreeing with
you.
Dark. Wait, is it Dark? Yeah, it is Dark Blake. I was like, not Dark Jake. Ray.
Wait, I can't hear you. I'm sorry. What?
That's why I
What's
said I
that?
was agreeing with what you were saying because it's like, damn, it's true. I'm seeing it right now.
I got to tell
In
you,
the present time.
Ryder, I got to tell you, my dad, he worked extremely hard when we were young. He passed away when I was 16, right? But the thing about it is, he used to carry around like these keys that wherever he went, they jiggled heavily, right? So when I was at home and our mom was raising us, um, anytime we was acting up or did some bad shit, and she said, "I'm gonna tell your daddy," right? It was like, okay, you're gonna tell daddy. But when we heard them keys jiggling at the front door when he got home, that was the most terrifying shit ever, right? Till this day, anytime I have an idea to do some fuck shit, I have that same feeling. Like the keys are about to jiggle. You feel me? Or rattle,
You're gonna get a
right?
beating.
That don't even for my daughter.
It's something that kind of carried with me, and actually something that kind of stopped me from doing a lot of stupid shit I wanted to do in my life.
Yeah,
And I think that's uh, where a father's influence is profound. Not that the mother's isn't. It's just that it's a
Yep.
different element, and it's a different element. And in this society, that element is like heavily missing, right?
it's true.
Yeah.
And I always said that, like a father, regardless of anything, is needed. Like I told people, me and my baby pop's co-parent. That's my fiance, right? And he's helping with both my boys, and he's there for his daughter. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like that's why when you say you heard the keys jiggle, it's like all I gotta tell that little girl is, yo, your dad's
Yeah,
on his way. Yo, she gets straightened up like it's boot camp too. Like the
but you're
father
coming from
figure
a
backs
position.
us up as women. My bad.
But you're coming from a position that you have a stepfather with a legitimate case. If your husband passed away, that's a legitimate case. And then, it's not like you came from like an adulterous position. So that, because then that's different. Now,
Let me ask you a
the
question.
man,
Let me ask you a
go,
question. Does the man have to plant the seed in the woman's womb to be a father to a kid?
No.
And that's
Yeah.
what that man, no, that's what that man is to my kids. Even though he's stepfather, he's treated them kids like he is father. And he
No,
stepped
but
into
that's
my, listen,
okay.
hold up,
Hold up.
He stepped
All
into
right.
my son's, he stepped into my older son's life when he was 3. Stepped into my youngest son's life when he was 1. He raised them kids. So I give him the privilege to be there like a father, especially when he wants to be there like a father.
Yes, what I'm saying is, I'm not trying to bag on you. I'm not trying to bag on you, like, but I will say that you are an outlier in the percentages because your situation
outlier?
doesn't just happen. Because
I'm not
you
the
said
only
your
woman like
husband.
this. Want to pull out
You
the
said your
analytics to
husband.
see how many? Wait, hold up.
Dub, I
If
can
you
tell
want
you.
to
Wait,
pull out the
stop,
statistics and analytics, not all women are single because they are single because they broke up with a man or the man left. Some of us are single. I mean, single because either the father is in a prison and can't come home,
That's
right, or
exactly
the
what I
father is
just
in a
said.
coffin. So the
That's
statistics
exactly
are a
what
little high with fathers being in coffins. The
I just
analytics are a little
admitted.
high with fathers being in coffins, though.
No, those
Dub,
are
I
low
gotta tell you.
statistics.
Dub,
No,
I
I
gotta
get where
tell you.
he's coming from,
My
but
younger
it's
brother.
just that.
Hold on, I'm interested because I'm interested. I want to hear what Bud, where he was going with his point. Go ahead.
Me, I'm just saying that with the situation you described, because you said your husband passed away, so that situation is hold on, it's a very low percentage. Okay, so if that is indeed your situation, then you can move forward with another relationship with the man understanding something else. Yeah, you have experience being a widow, so you're going to move forward meeting another man, not in an adulterous fashion. You're going to move forward meeting a man that you can say, yeah, I'm a widow, that shit sucked, and then he'd be like, oh, I feel you, I can basically adopt your kids as if they were my own. That's totally different.
Are you
Period.
saying that?
That's why I said I understood where he was going to come from. I heard it before.
Yeah, that's why I said you got to let people
I
talk
heard it
so you hear
before.
the context. Because like when I was hearing him, I think he's saying like, let me see if I can articulate it. What he's saying is the dynamics because the birth father ain't there. Like the man can fully go into that role, but when the birth father is still there, a kid, like just from my own personal experience, I grew up with my stepfather, and my father was just still my father, right? My stepdaddy wasn't there, but the influence, my father always had more influence than my stepfather did.
Yeah, you understand.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I get.
Does it matter? Does it matter
was,
what age the stepfather comes in?
Right. That's what I was going to say. It shouldn't matter.
Yeah, it does. I was going to add to that, Commander, because I was going to tell Dub that, my story about the keys, my younger brother was adopted. I was 6, he was 8. So, I mean, I was 8, he was 6. So, no, I was 6, he was 4. My bad. I was 6, he was 4. Right.
Good.
And he has that same fear of the keys. I got to tell you. So.
If you're lucky, we talk about.
Hold on, let me ask Dark Lake a question. No, let me ask you a question, Dark Lake, because you said your brother was adopted. Now, did he ever have a desire to know his real parents?
I think that, and I'm gonna speak for him a little bit because I think that he had resentment toward his real parents because my mom and I came to him several times like, hey, we can help you track down your parents, and he always rejected. We gave it to him when he was 13, when he was 16, when he was 21, and he always would say no.
I'm always interested because I got a lot of adopted family, and you see, like some kids want to know and some kids don't. They like it. I just want to enjoy what I have. I'm not gonna worry about,
That's exactly what. That's
Yeah,
verbatim what
yeah. So
that's what. Yeah.
so
It
those
depends on the
dynamics
kid.
always, yeah, it always interests me, and I honestly I can't correlate um, a specific thing like we're the ones want to desire, but it's always I know it's like the younger they are, and a lot of times the circumstances where people experience the bad, now they got the good, and they just I'm good with the good, don't want to deal with the bad. So
I think it has to do with the circumstances. Like if their parents has put them up for adoption, never saw them, and then that child went through trauma, right, because of that decision, and went through the foster care system or went to some abusive, sick people, then like I think they're more likely to want to go find their biological parents. But my brother was just like my brother, right? It was just like
Okay. I
there was
mean,
no, there
I'm
was
from
like
a
no.
I'm from well, I'm from a family that adopted a kid too. So there are different experiences on all of this stuff.
Mhm. Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
that, that's what that's one of the most beautiful things about life is
You know
that
what I
you
got?
can have a
Let me tell you the
but
word. I'll come and let you speak. Go ahead, and then I'll tell you. Go ahead.
I was about to say one of the most beautiful things about life is this that um, you can go through similar things and have different outcomes. So it's
Right.
like multiple things exist in the same environment, and it's just the diversity. And I think
Mm.
people get so lazy when they want to put things in boxes and throw blankets over things just to feel comfortable to associate this with that, and just enjoy the individuality of things.
Hey, it was
That's
lovely speaking with all you guys. I got to bounce. Commander, Ryder, Stoic, Dub, the Word. I'm actually 35 today, and I just wanted to speak with you guys before I
Oh,
celebrate.
Happy birthday,
Remember,
man!
hey,
Aww.
thank you guys. Hey,
Happy
God bless you
right
Hey,
birthday.
guys.
don't be a stranger, bro. I enjoy this conversation, bro. Make sure you
yeah.
hit
Yeah,
the
I'm not.
link more,
Hey,
bro.
definitely. God bless you guys. See you.
on.
Bye.
Yeah,
Much
you.
love.
Yeah. Now I'm not gonna finish that one. Now that he dropped off, I'm not gonna finish that one. But
Hey, why? I want to hear what you
dang,
have to say. You have
my
a good
my my
point of view.
my foster brother. Oh man, like experienced some of the weirdest stuff. So
Oh yeah, some foster kids go through hell in the foster system, yo.
yeah, well, I mean, I got one. I got one of the worst, but one of the best. So that's, I mean, and hey, look, I'll like pat my family's back for that kid being wherever he is right now. We really don't speak that much, but dang, that kid. I'm telling you, I won't even repeat it because I don't need to.
Yeah, not
How
everybody
old was
has.
he when he had? How old was he when y'all fostered or adopted him?
Probably like 13,
Yeah, that's why I hear a lot of even in my family, a lot of the when they got them young, they were able to kind of mold them, but when they
brother.
got them old, they've been through so much shit, they was already
Let me tell you, what 13-year-old can't tell you what 5 + 4 equals without putting his head down and wanting to cry on the table? Okay? 13 years old. You can't tell me what 5 + 9 is? And I'm sitting here okay, let's go.
He
You
gave us
know,
the answer.
what's 5 + 2? What's this? What's that? Nope, nothing, nothing. Graduated from high school. So, graduate from high school, graduate from college. So, I'm fine with that. You know,
Nice.
yeah, whatever else is going on, that's all your business, my friend. Have a good life. I don't need to talk to you all the time. I don't need to tell you you owe me something or whatever. Have a good life. Meet you on the other side, my friend. What it is.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, bro. That's unfortunate. I got some foster. My grandmother fostered some kids from Africa, and it took them like 4 years to get here, but that was kind of dope when they came. They didn't live with us. The girl she fostered. She, it's it was just like you paid, whatever monthly. Well, sponsor, not foster. She sponsored her, and then when she came to the States to go to college, that was kind of cool, man, because we used to write letters all the time and see that person, and yeah, that shit was kind of cool.
Well, what? Okay, all right. So what I want you to tell me is, was it toxic masculinity for me to want to help my foster brother?
That was very
You
toxic
being a
of
man,
you.
right? And you being accountable. I never understood how this got. I mean, to me, I was told that the feminists, when all this feminist activists started, that's how all this got
Oh,
started.
you gotta rewind it because Dark Lake came up and he gave us the history behind it.
Mm,
But I know it's he put the whole book down on that, John.
When he first came up, yep. Because he was like, I didn't even know where the concept came from. I'm like, nah, I ain't know. And he educated, he was a psychologist. He broke that shit down. Shout out to him, man. I'm gonna go back
I don't
and
know.
rewatch that part.
I'll be honest though. I'll be honest with my family. My mother was the decider of the foster coming in. So I mean, I can't put that on masculinity, but my father
That's the
got kind
nurturing
of kicked
aspect.
out. My father got kicked out, so whatever.
I
when
wanna
Word talked about, oh, sorry, go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, you got it, sis.
No, when you said sponsored, like you guys or your aunt sponsored someone, I was thinking about how there's some dads that I guess you can call them sponsors, where they think that they're fathers because they're sending child support or a check to the mom.
Mm.
They're more like sponsors if they're not really
Call
putting
those
in
donors.
Hey man, I was gonna break that. I didn't know who y'all was talking about yesterday. When we Unlock was on the panel, but I seen it today. I'm gonna break that Umar situation down, bro.
I was lost on that situation. I got lost all over again. Everybody breaking that shit down. I'm sitting here and was like, damn, but
Nah,
I mean, I'm confused. Like,
both
was
of
he
them
there? Was he
wrong.
not there? And why they
I
putting
mean,
their dirty laundry on social
that
media like that?
that's why she was wrong. She was wrong, But I see. I mean, but that's like I ain't trying to be funny, but that's female shit, right? She young female. Her daughter, her father ignoring her. She like, I'm gonna get your attention, and she
And
came on
he
social
got
media.
it.
But what he did for the way he responded, at first I was like, okay, he been mature, and then he started. I'm like, nah, bro. Like you talking about go get your mama. We gonna have what you need her mama for? She's a grown ass woman now.
Right?
She's saying you wasn't there for her, bro. Y'all can have that conversation. She don't need her mama there.
No, that's called
You wanna,
toxic.
yeah,
She want to have a
no,
daughter-father
that's
conversation. I know what it is,
feminine.
right?
That shit is feminine. He was acting feminine on there.
She was wrong. Listen, I can really relate because Word knows that. I've said it a lot of times. I want to meet my dad. Like, I want to know why he wasn't there. Da, 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 da.
Mm-hmm.
And when the time came, look where I met him at in a casket. They're like, "Oh, we found your dad." I was like, "Oh shit!" I'm all hyped up, but you have to
Man,
get ready for the funeral.
Well,
you
That shit was
imagine.
crazy.
but the part of the problem is why do you want to chase that? Because your mom is going to tell you something, and then your dad's going to tell you something else, and then you're finally going to see that you're never going to get the real answer on it. You can
That's
Called
not
believe
true.
whatever you want
curiosity.
to.
That's
I
not
know
true.
that.
Some
I
people
know
have
But
that.
gotten
but
answers. I mean,
now
listen.
let me add a variable to it. This man is online talking about helping kids. You ain't even in your own kid life. Like how would that shit feel? Like
That
my
happens
father
a lot,
known,
though. Word, that happens a lot.
but that's what I'm saying. How she supposed to feel? Like really think about how she supposed to feel. It happens a lot. That shit is crazy and fucked up, bro. That
I
somebody
get what
sitting on
he's
here
saying,
talking about helping kids and I'm gonna do for your
but you're
kid,
not
but
there
they
for
ain't
your
doing
kid.
shit for their kid. Yeah, man.
Exactly. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
As
So I
y'all
get his
saying that, my
point.
daughter crying. I'll be right back.
You have to do for yours first.
Yeah. But I guess that's what everybody's trying to say, that he wasn't there for his daughter, but he's been there allegedly for other kids. I don't know
Yeah,
how
so
true
he
that
did
is
good.
because I've never been
Ooh,
there. I'm not there in their lives, but this is something that should not be aired. through social media, but everybody airs their dirty laundry.
He neglected the one to be for the 99.
Who said that?
You gotta always go for your own. That's my personal opinion. You know what I mean? Like, you can't make your feel like anyone feel like that. Then the 99 gets gone for the one.
hmm
As a parent, you gotta take care of your own first. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. And some people out here popping kids, not realizing that once you have kids, your life isn't yours no more. Like now you got to sit here and, fend for another life, not just yours.
I
But there's
agree, but okay. So does that get taken advantage of? That's part of the problem. You know, like is there not? I'm not trying to attack women, but it'll seem like it. But so
You're
does
not attacking no women.
sometimes
Listen,
women just be like, hey, let's have a kid, and then all of a sudden I could treat you however I want to. I'm sure that happens. Now, I'm not saying it happens all the time, but I'm sure that happens. I'm sure you can agree with me that sometimes it does. So,
you ain't lying. That's why that phrase they say, "Believe all women," is not believe all women. And I'm a woman saying that. You cannot believe all women.
yeah,
leaders oftentimes
you gotta believe
neglect.
I'm a good woman.
Huh?
Good woman.
Leaders oftentimes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead.
No, you.
We're playing Tom and Jerry now. Hold up.
No, you.
No, I want you to make that statement because I want to add another nuance to the situation.
Who?
Go
Which one
ahead.
of us?
Commander.
Oh, that leaders often neglect like their own families. They're leaders in the community, and they oftentimes are putting so much work into the community that they neglect their family. They're doing good. You can't negate the good that they're doing, but there's a sacrifice that comes with that, and sometimes it becomes the family.
Yeah.
And
And we've been talking about this for a minute.
I would agree, but the thing with old boy is that he criticizes the shit out of black men who not in their kids' lives. So like being a lead, the biggest part about being a leader is being an example. So if you ain't taking care of home, you the example you setting is for other people not to do so too. So then you turn around and start criticizing. Like I think a lot of our even like Martin, man, Martin Luther King. I mean, a lot of the leaders they neglected their family, and ultimately that's what led to their demise.
Damn, you brought Martin up. Like, is them stories true that that they've been unrevealing about him for the past couple of months? Like, it's a whole different set of stories they got about him.
I mean, if you talk about him cheating and stuff, man, I don't know. I don't know. I ain't know that, man.
I didn't either, but it's way deeper than that. I was talking about even the FBI and the government and all that shit.
Okay, so hold up. From what I know about Martin Luther King, right? I just watched some kind of like on YouTube. It's a YouTube thing that basically says that if anyone's a Christian, then they believe that Jesus is the Son of God. Now, he did not believe that Jesus is the Son of God, so he's not a Christian. So there's a lot of like dark.
Where do you see that at? When did Martin Luther King say Jesus?
You can look it up. I mean, hey, look.
Because I've heard my step grandfather actually carried his casket, and I heard sermons of him teaching that Jesus was the Son of God. He didn't believe Jesus was God, but he did preach Jesus was the Son of God. I've heard sermons of him saying that.
Okay, now you could say that, and that's fine. But at the same time, I'm just saying I've seen people on YouTube present videos that basically said he never said that. He never thought that ever since he was in college, actually. And I can shoot you a link, so I guess somehow. Maybe I could do it in the comment section after this video's over. I don't know, but I've seen it before. I mean, I'm not trying to present nothing that's gonna taint my name. Why would I do that? I don't care. Martin Luther
No,
King
you
was. I don't care who anyone else is other than myself. I'm not going to try to taint myself by misrepresenting somebody else. That's stupid. So, I mean, I don't know.
Martin was a Baptist, though. He wasn't a. You can say that's a former Christian, but he was a Baptist.
Well, was he suffocated in that hospital?
Man,
Rioters. We weren't there.
That's why I'm saying that was a whole different story towards his death.
yeah.
He brought Martin up, so it's like, damn, I'm like, yo, I was just researching him up because they dropped all this new stuff on him.
Man, that JFK, bro.
That too, they dropped all the files together.
Yeah.
That's what's got me like, why they doing that now? Why y'all dropping this now?
Yo, boy.
The truth is coming out.
Yeah, your boy though, Trump, like, look, y'all want to talk shit about me? Let me show you what they've been doing.
And they wonder
Trump
why
know how to
people
play
not.
the game, bro. I'm being honest, man.
He
He know how
winning
to play the fucking
everybody.
game.
He is winning everybody over. I mean, not everybody, but y'all understand what I mean. So, hopefully.
Nah, he fucking crazy. That dude fucking crazy, man. But shit, hey, people voted for him. That's our president.
Like, we want Trump. They can't determine if they wanted Trump, Biden, or fucking Kamala at one point, though. That's the funny part. They was
Hey, I love the way he put Zelensky in his place.
Zelensky.
That was not that was not good. That honestly,
It was
that
not
should
good.
not. No, that shouldn't have happened. That should not have happened, especially on national TV. That bro,
But it
that
was
you know what that?
provoked.
Nah, that wasn't provoked. That wasn't provoked. You handled like Trump did that shit. He basically said he did it on purpose. I wanted y'all to see this. Like Trump, look, man, that shit was done on purpose. And then your boy Vance, I'm like, bro, you moving the goalposts, you gaslighting. Vance is a motherfucker, bro. Like,
Okay, Vance is giving feminine energy.
Like all Zelensky was saying is like, look, we made these deals before and they didn't uphold them. So what if I give in to what you're saying, what guarantee are they gonna uphold it? And then they just went left on them. Like I would ask that, they broke 3 treaties already.
But he was asking for more than what was on the agreement.
Like,
why did he come down if he wasn't going to sign it, and then he was going to ask for more publicly?
But Trump said before he even came down, he wasn't going to give them anymore. They were already. They started pulling out receipts of everything they were doing with the money. I mean, I don't know if y'all caught that on the meetings. Like, I think I did a review to 2 of the videos of the meetings. They were pulling out the receipts and all that. Like, this was being used for this, and they were supposed to be used for this. We was giving you this, and this. I was like, so basically, it's fuck us and roll out the red carpet for Ukraine. Like, for real.
Yeah.
They was really
getting
to be
put in his place.
So it's kind of like I can't even sit here and get mad at the way Trump was talking to him.
And then you don't think
bro, these people at war getting their country destroyed, and you go try to itemize how they use them, like that shit crazy. I mean, a quarter of their country just get 15% of their country get took. Like did y'all we got some of the Ukraine refugees here in Michigan, man. I donated a lot of stuff to them. Like, and some of the I only talked to one family, but 2 people in the family. The cousin they came and got the bed from the extra bed we had. He was like, he just hugged me and he was like, "Thank you." He was like, "Man, this has been crazy." He said he was stuck in a building for 3 days because the bombs blew it up.
Well, it's not getting better.
Bro, I'm telling you, man, it's gonna be WW3. Let's go like these. Like that's some bully shit. That's some bully shit, bro. I don't like that. That's some bully shit.
Well, because when you have a scenario where an entire country, America, has been pushed down and put in such a situation where they seem so feminine, like so feminine. Oh, let the males go play the females in basketball, swimming, everything. Forget it. Wrestling, boxing. Forget about it. Like it's okay. No, it's not. Actually, it's not. I just heard something the other day that somebody in a race beat all the females in a race by like 5 hours. Oh, congratulations! Just got a new world record or something. Oh fuck. No, excuse my language. No, that's not correct. I mean, and he's writing all these things daily. He's signing these executive orders that are just common sense. I mean, you look at him and they're just like, wow, he's signing that one. Oh, okay, we need to do that. Are you serious? I mean, it's stupid, but it's like, wake up, wake up. What's going on?
And even with that being signed, he signed that in January, right? When he came into office, right? And the school district, the board of educations are getting lawsuits from left to right because of them still allowing boys and women's sports and girls sports. I was just reviewing and reacting to that earlier.
Is that not
Then now,
insubordination? Anyone else would be fired. Anyone else would be fired.
Listen, in that same video, they were saying that, you know, that this community is going to fight Trump left and right, you know, to the nail to fight what Trump just signed. I'm saying, I was like, why would y'all want to fight that? Why is y'all pushing that agenda to have men in women's sports in a woman's safe space? Then y'all want to throw Title IX into it.
All right, let's really talk about masculinity now. Let's really talk about masculinity now.
Title IX,
it is.
This shit is crazy. Like Title IX.
You really think they're gonna go back?
Title IX has nothing to do with the transgenders. Title IX has to do with, you know, the women being able to have their own sports. You know, they're not being harassed, discriminated in schools and workplaces and stuff like that.
Have their own sports. It's always been this way.
Yeah.
Now, transgenderism used
There's
to be
nothing in transgender in the Title IX.
25 years ago, 30 years ago, maybe, whatever.
Yeah,
it was considered something that
to have you emotionally riled up.
Hold up. 25, 30 years ago, transgenderism is something that was considered that's a mental deficiency. Okay, they're trying to erase
65 years. 65.
It's okay now. It's okay now, though. It's okay. No, it's not. It's always been a mental deficiency, always. And now they're trying to say it's not. Just like they changed. Let me give you this. Just two definitions. One was the definition of the shot. It's not anywhere near like a polio shot. So we know what I'm talking about. And then the other one was when the United States moves into a depression, which prior to was Biden's administration. Prior to Biden's administration, that was considered 2/4 of below GDP, something to that effect. So they tried to change the definitions of two things, and they've also tried to change the definition of transgenderism, which used to be a mental disability. Okay, you understand?
That was close to 65 years ago.
Wait, so they can get a disability check too?
Nah, there wasn't even no disability around there when they checked. That was in the DS. I think if you go back to the DSM-2, I believe even
how can you prove it? How
homosexuality. The DSM-2.
That's the problem. To be able to apply for it, to be able to apply for something, you have to be able to prove that you have it. So if I
holy shit, bro, hold on, bro.
Say, hey, guess what? I identify as this, and I'll apply for that, and give me
Big Mix and Bronze are hilarious in the chat.
You know what, bro? Only why they took it away from it being a psychological order, so they ain't have to pay nobody. That makes sense.
There you go. See, they don't qualify for disability.
Oh, dude, only
Everybody be transgender if you can get disability.
No
It
free
don't
money
help
for you.
because you can't prove that though. And it shouldn't be anything that is of any like you get anything.
Well, what about gender dysmorphia? Like, what the fuck?
Okay, well, I mean, just to me, it sounds like someone's gay and likes to dress up as the other kind. So whatever, they're just both gay. Whatever, I don't care.
Because you know, I've been out yesterday. Was that yesterday? It was either yesterday or the day before yesterday. I went over to speak easy chat, and he was on TikTok debating, and I'm like, bro, I don't never see that stuff. Every time I go on TikTok, they selling something. So he was like, put in debate. So I went on there today and put in a debate, bro. It was like 15 to 20 different lives of debating about is transgender women. I'm like, damn, why do I got this feed or algorithm?
Because that's the topic. That's what's
everyone-
trending.
Every man's answer to that now, call it toxic masculinity, okay, is okay. Would you go bang that? I'm not going to, but would you? All right. So you gay then? All right. So if you answered yes, you gay. All right, whatever, bro. I'm gonna go this way.
Yeah, man. I just be honest with people. I don't care what nobody do, but you can't look. I have my own opinion. I'm gonna feel the way I feel. If you were born a boy, you gonna die a boy, no matter what you do. If you fuck yourself up, alter yourself, whatever you want to call it, God still created you as a boy. So it is what it is. Like, if you wanna, whatever you wanna be, or that's fine with me. Just don't try to force me to agree with the shit, and we good. Because when you ask me my opinion, how I feel, don't do that shit. Let me be.
Okay, Bronze. Biden was a low-grade model bot.
Hey, listen, the word. You are overly toxic and masculine.
I told you I am.
Dubs, you've been drinking. I know you've been drinking. That's toxic.
My wife would tell you I'm an asshole, so that's actually nice.
That's a good thing. Shit, I be telling mommy about this, so he my asshole. He call him an asshole.
Yeah, my wife called me an asshole, so that's somebody calling me saying, "Oh, you got talk." That's nice. Shit. Nicest thing I heard all day.
So is a misogynist toxic? Is that considered
But
toxic?
I guess here's the point: is like, why should anyone care what anyone else thinks about what your opinions are? Ultimately, it comes down to that. You have to drown out everything that is like attacking you,
Garbage.
and just you have to live your life. If you got a husband, you drown out everything else and just be like, yeah, so he just washed my dishes. But wait a second, what did MSNBC say? They said that if your husband washes your dishes, then you got problems in your relationship. Oh, come on. This is stupid. But that's where we are at. We have such.
Wait, I thought that if he washes the dishes, he wasn't a man. I thought that's what he was being said. Wait a minute.
We're at such a spot to where there's so much access to everyone's opinions that. But the weird thing is, if you look at some of these things, have you guys seen some of those things where they're like, oh, it's toxic masculinity, and then there's two of them on the screen, and they both say it's toxic masculinity, and then there's like 15 of them on the screen, and they say it's toxic masculinity. That was like kind of when they were doing like Trump stuff. You know, this is an attack to democracy. That's what it was. But you can see all of them on 30 screens at the same time are saying it's an attack to our democracy. They're all reading the same script. Don't
Yeah.
let them
Oh
into your
yeah, I
house.
saw that.
Yeah.
You know, don't let them into your house. They're trying to tell you what life should be like. Fuck them. Excuse my language. But block them out of your relationships and just live, you know?
Yep,
Period.
I
facts.
didn't like the when Kamala, well, it wasn't Kamala, who was it? I think it was Michelle Obama was telling black women, don't let your husband dictate your vote. Like, hold on, bro. Like, that's too personal. Let people do what they do. You know, how you go, so you can tell me, but the husband ain't supposed, like, that shit weird, bro. Like, so I feel what you're
Right?
I ain't never trying to
saying.
let no celebrity try to tell me how I'm going to live my life, whether it's a political celebrity or a sports celebrity or a movie celebrity. You know what? If I have a good relationship with my woman, leave me alone. I ain't even trying to pay any attention to you. I'm gonna move on with my life. We're gonna go get a couple beers. We're gonna go listen to some music. We're gonna dance. We're gonna play some cards. We're gonna shoot some darts. Whatever. I mean, stay out of my shit. You know. Period.
Damn
That's
straight.
it is what it is.
Bronze, I would agree with you. If Elon wasn't there, Elon remind me of the Dark Sith, bro. Like,
I don't like Elon all up in the mix.
he's
Mm-mm.
up to some shit, boy. Every time I look at him, I do not
How,
trust him small, bro.
Nope.
listen, how
That's a
Elon went
demon.
from fearing robots to making robots? Like, does anybody remember back then what he used to say about AIs and everything?
Elon
No.
is he the first man.
Yo, it's like that man called it amnesia or something and just forgot that he used to say he hated the robots. He wouldn't be a part of it. He was scared. We should all fear robots. I'm like, do y'all remember that? I was only like, what,
No.
16, 17 when I heard this from Elon's mouth.
He's been
Man,
around that long?
I
He's
didn't
been
know
out
who
for a
Elon.
minute.
I didn't know who Elon was until Tesla came out. No, I
Yeah.
think the smart house. I think the
I'm only
smart house.
35.
I only
I
know him
Mm.
from Tesla. I don't know.
I've been knowing Elon since I was in high school. I've heard about Elon and I read
Really?
about him. I was like, come on, man.
Okay, did you guys know that Elon has like a dozen babies and like 3 or 4 baby mamas?
I'm
Mm-hmm.
dead.
Yeah,
I just found that out.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Men can't be called hoes because
He,
they're men. Sorry.
So
he
people
got
say,
that
"Oh, well,
money.
he's got the money to do it." But then like it
Mm-hmm.
goes back to the sponsorship because can he really give his time? Like can he really father that many children on a personal level?
Blessings,
Why,
blessings. Welcome, cutting
why,
edge.
cutting edge? What up, though? While
Hi,
running
cutting edge.
SpaceX, I don't know. I don't know. Man, I wish SpaceX was around when I was younger. I would
Yo,
have been to the moon already.
I know that when I was in my mid 20s, I remember they was talking about trying to cover up the sun and doing all this. I think they found a way. I think that sun is like a little chip, like what you call that, John? We talked about it. Word, I can't remember the word for it. It's like a
The sun is
holographic.
AI.
Nah, no AI. I think it's more like holographic images. I don't know if I'm explaining it right. Oh man, when he took them pictures, and I'm telling you, he used an old school camera. You're telling me that when you take a picture of the sun and the moon, it look like it's a chip up there?
All
And then
right,
they
Mm.
so
experimented even more when that damn what you call that shit what just happened? You know how that what is it that you know how when the moon goes black or some shit like that or dark or something like
The
that.
Eclipse.
eclipse.
The eclipse.
Eclipse. Yeah, they was experimenting like you could tell how the black side of the eclipse right and the moon wasn't really aligning. People was out there taking pictures. I'm like, yo, shit is not making sense no more.
But see,
the
even like those when you understand the science though, it like the clips. What they were saying about the clips is they just don't know science because when the moon don't cover the sun. What it does they uh, it don't cover it but go past it, and the sun is way
Mhm.
bigger than the moon. So when it happens and you use a picture, you got to understand pixels. You know, it's a bunch of scattered things putting it together. So that's why
Yeah.
people were saying double moons.
Yeah, it was crazy. So
It
Lord
was a
knows what I'm talking about.
reflection. It was the reflection of the eclipse distorting the pixels, so it duplicated the image. And you can do that. I mean, you can that experiment that what they did. You can do that at home, bro. We learned that because the
In
first
Philly,
time I seen the eclipse, I forgot what grade I was in, but
in
we
Philly,
did
you
an
didn't see it.
experiment with a Polaroid camera.
But see, in Philly, it didn't happen. That's the funny part. We didn't see the eclipse go by.
So there's something. Okay, I'm gonna throw in my Christian side of this. I hope y'all don't mind. But then
Oh
when
no,
it
go
says
ahead.
like,
I like learning, so go ahead.
all right, so then when it does speak of such things as like 2/3 of the sun will be gone or something like that, or they're gonna be days of darkness. I think it's time to consider that that might be true and to read a little bit more, but that's all I'll say. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to say, hey, this is that and that's the other one, but it just might
It's
be
happened
true.
before.
Yeah, I was about to say, really, even like that's what I'm saying. Like, bro,
Now,
I can take the New Testament and break it down to astrology. I can literally do it, bro. I can do a rough
somebody
draft.
said
I
it
can do it
happened
off the top of
before,
my
though.
head, or we
but
can, get
but
into
somebody
the
said it happened. So
information.
somebody said it happened before. So go ahead and point it out. Whatever. Go ahead.
So even when you talking about 2/3 of the sun, um,
Mm-hmm.
no, you have to give me the actual scripture. Let me pull it up. Hold on. It's
No,
actually is.
I'm not gonna try to do that. I don't want to slow your show down, right? But
Oh no, bro. We
I'm
chill. No, we. I mean, look, bro. After we get past the first hour, we call it peanut butter petty time, and we usually just talk about anything, man.
okay.
Peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time. Who
Mhm.
remembers that?
Mhm.
Yeah. Astrology is basically history. If you can read the
Mhm.
stars, you can read the history.
Okay. So show me.
Oh, for
Let's
sure. So
see.
mythological stories. That is account of history. These are history.
Mm,
Yeah, we
okay.
associate the stars with gods. We just basically gave them human characteristics, but you can still have the stars do a thing without us giving it our human characteristics. But this is how we put everything in stories, and our history is why we created stories because it all came from the stars and how the stars aligned and whatnot.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So then when I read from Matthew 27:45, it says, now from the ninth hour darkness fell upon all the land until the ninth hour. So what is that talking about? Nobody can
That's
tell me
just
actually.
that.
You could
Uh,
say
Yeah,
it's
that
the
sounds like day and night. Isn't that day and night?
day and night. Now, what is day and night? The definitions of day and night are important. However, I'd rather just go ahead and move to a different verse. And I'll go with Jeremiah. I'm trying to make this quick, by the way, because I didn't want to go here, but we'll make this quick. Jeremiah 33. And I don't know. You guys can move along if whoever's listening. Jeremiah 33. I'd probably say maybe 20 and onward. So there's only 8 verses, 6 verses to read there. Go ahead. But there's something that is happening there. And some people will recognize that that's God, and some people will not. So that's what I think. But go ahead. I mean, I don't want to stick on any
oh no,
time
go ahead
frame.
and read. I'm trying to pull it up, but go ahead and read it until I can.
Oh, Jeremiah. Okay, hold up. I'll do it. Right, hold on. So,
Yeah. So the sun that we see in our real life can be equated to Christ, right? When you guys
Hold
have
on,
your
I
Christmas,
don't
the
want
sun
to. Wait,
disappears.
I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to try to move in too much to reading into the text and always make it metaphorical per se, because I don't think that Mark 20.
But
I think it's
yeah,
Matthew 27:45 is metaphorical. It just happened. So, yeah.
and I take it as to be true, is what I'm trying to say. I'm, you could say it's metaphor, but yes, it's true.
And,
Metaphor
okay.
is to understand it.
There's a serious problem in Jeremiah 33 for a lot of people, because I mean, I don't really want to read the whole thing, but I guess I would have to, because that's just the way it is. Thus says the Lord. I'll start at 20. Thus says the Lord, if you can break my covenant for the day and my covenant for the night, so that day and night will not be as at their appointed time, then my
Mhm.
covenant may also be broken with David my servant, so that he will not have a son to reign on his throne, and with the Levitical priests my ministers, and as the host of heaven cannot be counted, and the sand of the sea cannot be measured, so I will multiply the descendants of David my servant and the Levites who will minister to me. Okay, so you can stop there. Okay, something happened. Okay, so then, and the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah, saying, have you not observed what this people have spoken, saying, the two families which the Lord chose, he has rejected them. Thus they despise my people. No longer are they as a nation in their sight. Thus says the Lord, if my covenant for day and night not stand, and the fixed patterns of heaven and earth I have not established. This is a very important part of that verse, those sequence of verses, because okay, Jesus knew when these things were going to take place. Matthew 27:45 is not some random occurrence. He knew that was going to happen. He might have said, hey, you know what? When does the end of days happen? Oh, well, I can't tell you that. Only the Father knows. But he knew this was going to happen. So I'm a Trinitarian. Sorry, folks, for those of you who
So,
think otherwise.
so, oh no, that's cool. No, so let me ask you this: so, are you talking about like far as the eclipse is happening? Is that what you? I'm looking within these verses and trying to understand what you trying to
Correct.
point
Okay.
out. Okay, so even the eclipses, they've been the they've been measured the cycles of, or they've been tracking the cycles of eclipse since the Egyptian days. That's what a
So,
Since
lot.
forever.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, even the
So,
Mayans, they had what are they called? Y'all know when I get sleepy, I start forgetting shit. Um, they had the it's not an exploratory, but where they went and they created different structures just so they can look up at the sky. Like
okay.
like the term university, the etymology of university is study of the universe that started in Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been
Mm-hmm.
calculating, you know, and
Well,
they did.
number one, I think that number one, you're gonna have to try to explain what Matthew 27:45 is
Oh,
actually saying,
let me get it.
which
What do
is
you
it's
understand
talking
from it?
about what do I understand from it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's darkness across the entire land. Land could
Uh,
be the world for all I care. fine. But you
When they
can't.
had Chris-
That's not true.
How long
Okay,
does it
you said
last for?
Matthew. You said Matthew 27:35,
27:45.
45.
Yeah. And then a little bit furthermore would be pointing out that the centurion, after things were done, there was an earthquake and stuff. He said, "Yeah, he was a son of God." Well, what does son of God actually mean? Who's a centurion? Is this guy a Gentile? I assume he is. So then, how would any Gentile even know what the Son of God means? You'd have to point back to John 5:17, 18. Because, hey, look, I'm a Gentile. I don't know. What does Son of God mean? It means equality with God. And then in Luke 22, what is it? 70, I think he just straight up admits it because he's like, "Yep, you know what it means." I mean, I'm just gonna say yes. I'm an honest person. That's why it says in the Old Testament, I'm not a man that I should lie. So he never lied because he's a man, but he's God. So he don't lie. Cause so you had to count that in there. Colossians 2:9-7. 2:9. So there you go.
So,
But anyway,
so from Matthew 27:45, like what part are you saying we have to explain?
it looks like that's darkness over the land. Yeah.
Now from the 6th hour there was darkness over all the land until the 9th hour. So for 3 hours it was complete darkness. That's what you? And so are
Correct.
you asking, has an eclipse ever lasted for 3 hours?
No, that's not what I'm asking. However, an eclipse for 3 hours would be ridiculous.
Yeah,
What I am looking for on clarification would be well, this is kind of like, dude, I don't want to be toxic masculinity. You
oh
know.
no, you good.
All right. Darkness. Let's just look at darkness and look at kind of the rules of what darkness are. We need to understand what darkness is. So the only way we can understand what darkness is to turn back to Genesis and try to understand what darkness is. So darkness is like night, and the light is day. So darkness fell across the land. That could have been across the entire world, and no one would have known. There's no recollection or anything that could prove me wrong. So that's fair enough. But when we look at it, and if darkness is indeed what it claims to be, there, uh, typically what happens is you have a certain amount of hours of darkness and you have a certain amount of hours of light. Now, when you look at Jeremiah 33, you would be looking at if the darkness and the light are not so on and so forth, which I just tried to read. I'm not going to try to do it again, but let's see, what is it? Okay. Jeremiah 33 and 18-ish to all the way down to 33, 18 to 26. You can read all of that, and it might make like it's crazy. But then also Jesus describes stars falling from the sky and this and that and the other ones. So one of them may have already happened. And then you have another one that's like, if not the fixed patterns of heaven and earth, I have not established. Well, so the stars and stuff are going to start moving out of place. But if that is not God that did it, well, Jesus is the only one that has described stars being dropping all over the place and stuff. You can find these scriptures. I can find
No,
them
I'm
for
trying
you.
to. I'm trying to understand what you're trying to convey now. Now I'm trying to. I mean, because I'm reading these, and I mean, a lot of these.
It's very strange. I'll tell you. It's very strange.
Yeah, you're using a lot of metaphors.
I'm not using a lot of metaphors, my friend. Well, we'll put it this way: Jesus spoke in parables. In the Old Testament, God said He would speak in parables too. So it
Mhm.
kind of matters. That's
All right,
like
Well,
but
a John
but,
1:1, John 1:14. Like that's God in the flesh. But some people won't accept it. I understand. Uh,
Jesus is God in the flesh?
yeah, correct.
How is Jesus God in the flesh? Jesus said, "I am not my Father." Like I understand, like
Okay,
people always equate that, even when you, because
question.
okay, you gotta get this too. So answer this question, right?
Go ahead.
What was the New Testament? What was the original language the New Testament was written in? The, the New Testament, the original language it was written in was Greek. It wasn't Hebrew. Old Testament is written in Hebrew and Aramaic. And the reason that's so significant is because who wrote it. And like people hate when you bring this up, but it's a historical fact of what the Council of Nicaea did. They took a lot of things out, like the book of Thomas, the apocryphal book of John. These books told you that Jesus said, "I am not the Father, but he is within me." That's why people say Jesus is God, is because he said, "I am not the Father, but he is within me." Just like he is in all, ye are gods. They took parts out
Mhm.
of the Bible, bro.
Facts, facts,
They took
facts.
parts out. And the reason they did that is for the reason you got it today. Even one of the, you know who the Levites are? You read the part where it said the Levites, right? These are my ministries. Back, if you look up historical facts, until the Greek or the Greco-Romans got a hold of the Bible, the only people who can teach the scriptures or preach the scriptures was the Levites. The Bible wasn't mass produced for people until the Catholic Church came in.
They
That's
took
when normal
over.
people like me and you was able to read the Bible. Before that, the only people who can teach scripture was the Levites. That's who God designated to teach his word, was the Levites in scripture. So, I mean, and it's a reason for that, because a lot of these are written in parables and allegories. So, like, it's the level of comprehension it takes to really convey what they're saying, and then it's been written in 6, 7 different languages. You're losing concepts because they translating and transliterating. Like even the term Messiah was transliterated. So you go
Yeah, but
from prophet to Messiah.
and we had pharaohs, kings, and we got presidents.
And all
But
that
the whole
was
English language.
converted into Lord. That was converted. Although
Yeah,
what you just said, all those are descriptions of lords in the Bible. So if you
that's
look,
right.
when you read the Bible, you will see a capital L spelling Lord. You'll see a lowercase Lord. Just like that mean when that lowercase is the physical aspect, the humans, the actual Lord of the land, the King. But even when
Yeah,
you reading in the Bible and you see God with a capital G versus God with a little G, if you look in the Hebrew, all those big G's, it use Elohim, El Shaddai, El Elyon.
that's right.
Them the only times you see the big G. The other ones is Yahweh, is what's the other name? Uh there's another, all those ain't even names of God, bro. Them are descriptions. Like no one knows God's name.
That's right. That's right. Honestly, you can't describe that thing.
No one knows God. No one knows God's name. It was always description. How do I get to? So okay. Oh boy, everybody dropped off. I didn't even know.
That's what I was trying to tell you. I said the ball left.
Oh, yeah. I think he was drunk too. I'm like, towards the end, I'm like, hold on, bro. What are we talking about? We talking about eclipses, like
It's
blame it
talking
on,
too much parables.
I blame it on you, Stoic.
A little on me, yeah. I'm high.
I didn't know what we was talking about, but I at first I didn't know. Like I thought I was about that. I thought we was about to go into the 12 zodiac signs and the Son of God. I thought we was about
That's
to
where I
go
wanted to go. Yeah, that's where I wanted to go.
Yeah, cause but I mean it ain't fun unless the rabbit got the gun. When the rabbit got the gun, then I have a little fun.
Let me ask you a question.
All
Why
right.
does it seem like when you read, in the Bible, certain passages, it seems like night is morning and morning is night? Because when you read certain passages, they say morning is when the stars are out, right? And the only time you really see stars is when it's nighttime.
The dawn. You can see stars in the dawn as well.
And yeah.
That's my whole point. It's still
Yeah.
nighttime.
But you gotta even understand, like when we think of morning, we think of like when the sun is at its peak. That's not morning. Morning is dawn break. Well, from
Tomorrow.
their concept was to morn. So when
Yeah.
so like when the sun is coming up, that was it, like the morning phase. And when the sun sets, that's the dawn. That's when the sun is going down. So sunrise and sunset, morning and dawn. So when they say sunrise, like he said, you can still see the stars.
And in the scriptures too, Jesus did say he was the morning star, and we usually equate the morning star to Lucifer, right?
Oh shit!
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about Jesus.
Damn.
Sorry, go right it. My bad.
Oh no, I want you to finish. I was just saying you about to send me down a rabbit hole. Damn.
You ain't know that? I said that before. I did. Oh, I had to erase it. I did a live saying is Jesus Lucifer.
Oh shit, I missed that one.
Jesus. Yeah, I had to erase it. I had all the.
But it's yin yang. It's yin yang. So Jesus is the morning star, and he is the light. Right? It's the both sides.
Shit. So Lucifer was walking with us if Jesus was real, but I mean, to me, he's a prophet. But I wonder if his story is even real because it's kind of like a combination. Man, I broke that drawn down.
No, this is what it is. This is so. It's a term called euhemerism, right? And what that term means is like people usually take historical figures and add like a lot of sensational things to them. So Yahshua actually did reach what they call Christ consciousness. That's true. It was a man just like Buddha. Buddha walked the earth, man. It was a real guy named Buddha walking the earth, teaching people spirituality. It was a guy named Yeshua.
And it was a guy that walked the water up there. It wasn't Jesus.
And his that is, I mean, when you look through history, it's like when you can go into the Greek and diagnose what is his name? Diagnosis. He walked on water. Herod knocked on water in Kemet. There's a lot of figures who walked on water. But it was a guy named Yeshua who reached what they call Christ consciousness. Right now, did he get crucified and resurrected? All that I don't like. People say you have to believe in this and that. Look, man. Look, I know it was a guy who really walked this earth, and he went into Tibet. He went into Egypt to learn all these spiritual practices. That shit really happened.
Yeah, he's the one that got hung by the tree. right?
Hold up. I'm sorry. I got cut off because my battery ran out, and now I'm on plug-in. So,
He said I'm
but
on plugins.
if you if you continue on with Jeremiah 33, I can go somewhere else with this too, by the way. But if you continue on with the Jeremiah 33 stuff, if you read Matthew 24 and like around 29, the sun will and moonlight cast its light, the stars will fall from the sky. That means there's a lot of stuff going on. And Jeremiah 33 is saying that a lot of the stuff is gonna happen. But who's gonna believe? And then but it's also at the same time saying like don't go against the Israelites, which are the Jews. Don't go against them because you're not supposed to do that. So, in a way, we're supposed to be their allies, their enemies for the sake of the gospel. That's what it says. So, then, I mean, we just got to keep that in mind, right? You don't want to be taking a step forward and saying, well, I'm accepting, you're not. It's a very touchy subject. Very touchy.
Kind of
That.
like my enemy of my enemy is my friend type thing.
Well, I can't go that far. I don't know that. That's not what it says. It's like we're like a thin put put a potato chip in between
Are you scared of it?
where a Christian put a potato chip in between where a Christian is and a Jewish person is, and then you can understand that it's that close. But who? It's not my. In situations it's going to become what my hope is, and I'm not going to try to be too long-winded on this. I'm just going to say I hope that I leave, and so does everyone else who thinks like me leaves this earth, and then the other ones who don't think like me, um Jesus, uh, it'll be corrected and people will understand, but there will be losses, massive ones on certain sides and a certain one on other sides. And I can show you the certain ones because that's listed in Zechariah. But this is all stuff that is read. It's read from a book. So whether you believe it's inspired or not, that's going to be where you're going to believe or you're not going to believe.
And let me
What do you
ask you a
think, Word?
question. Because this is when it comes, I be having questions, right? So like I hear people say you have to believe in Jesus, right?
Yep.
Why do people think it's okay to call Christ Jesus?
Good point.
That wasn't Christ's name though. It was Yeshua. Like if y'all know his name, why do y'all call him a transliteration? Like Jesus is a transliteration of Yeshua. It's not even a translation from Hebrew into Greek. So right there is like people accepting that it's like if you calling the Son of God or God by name, you're using the wrong name, and people okay with using the wrong name.
Okay.
Like that
Christ isn't my surname.
No, I'm saying
Okay.
no. Jesus is not Yeshua's name. That's not even a translation of the name. If you translate Yeshua, now check this out. Now you can look this up for yourself. Right? If you translate Yeshua from Hebrew into English, the language that we're speaking, it translates into Joshua. Where they transliterated Yeshua into Greek. And if you understand the difference between a transliteration is done by sound, not by meaning. You see,
Yeah, Jesus didn't have.
translation.
Yeah,
the letter. I mean, I'm not even gonna get into the whole letter J aspect, but when you
Okay. So
translated it, when it was transliterated into Hebrew, I mean into Greek, it was Ashu, which means son of Zeus, because in Greek, the name, the term of God was Zeus in Greek. That's why it translated into son of Zeus. And then they took it from Greek into Grammatic, and it was
here's the
Izus.
thing. Here's the thing is, regardless of whatever translation you believe it is, if you want to believe that it's son of Zeus, okay. So then, are you saying that son of Zeus translation does not mean son of God? Or I'm just trying to understand.
No, I'm telling you, it wasn't even translated. It's not a translation. It's a transliteration.
Okay,
A
so are you
translation.
okay? So then, if somebody says that uh, whatever translation of the name could mean son of Zeus, let's just say. Now, are you gonna say at the same time he wasn't the son of God because the translation says son of Zeus? So then, is that gonna turn you off from saying
No, what
he's the son?
I'm telling you, you calling them the wrong name. That's what
Oh,
I'm literally telling you. Calling you know, like we know the name is known. It's not like it's not known. So
so
instead of people
what?
saying Jesus, they need to just call the Son of God by his name.
Okay, no, the son of God by his name, I'm fine with calling him Jesus because I don't think that that's ultimately going to be something that is salvifical, as they call it. But you
But
know,
God
you
said,
can
"Don't change my word." You changing his whole son name.
well, no, wait a second. What was the name? What was the name?
Yeshua.
Yeshua.
Yeah, that's what the angel told Mary to name the baby Yeshua, which means Messiah.
Yeah, like Jesus, God is with us, right? Yeshua, if that's what you want to call it, it's fine.
Because it's like you call it like how like if you call me Brian, I'm not gonna answer you, bro. That's not my name. But if you say hey word, then I'm like hey what's up? Same concept. Like people calling on somebody that ain't even there. Then
Oh,
people
see,
wonder why
okay,
Jesus is a God don't come into their life. It's because you're
okay.
calling the wrong name.
So you believe that if somebody walked up to the Son of God after they passed away, and they go to the Son of God and they go, Jesus, always knew I saw it, I would see you. Then they're gonna get turned away because it's like, "Ooh, what are you talking about? My name is Yeshua."
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
serious?
You calling on the
Wow,
wrong name.
bro,
You calling on the wrong name.
no, you're not. It's translated in the
No,
English language
it's
as
no, it's
Jesus. That's what it
bro,
is.
it's not translated. If you translate Yeshua into English, it's Joshua. This is things. Look, bro. These are things we can look up, bro.
Mhm.
It's the English language where people get confused. Most of English language is Latin or whatever, you know. So we're speaking English, but we don't know where the etymology comes from.
Oh, so we don't know where it comes from, but at the same time, if we
The
don't
English
know where
language,
something comes
I
from,
know where the
then
English
if
language
somebody
comes
came
from.
up and they said the word Jesus, then since we don't know
Most
where
people
it comes
don't.
from, you were so confused and you didn't know where it came from. I'm gonna condemn you to hell just
But
because
how
I
many
know
people would
that's a
think
sin.
to go? Yeah, how many
come on.
people you think that would go look at the Greek scriptures or the Latin scriptures?
Yeah,
You
that's
mean
why I asked
everything has
them.
to be in English? You can only read English books?
Listen, listen, show me one Bible. Well, maybe you might be able to show me one
In
Bible
English? In English?
translation that is hold on, English translation that is going to show me that Jesus's name is not Jesus, it's Joshua.
It's
Do
actually
you
out
have
there.
one?
If you're
Okay.
word,
Hold
yeah,
on,
Now there
word.
it is.
hold on. What did he say? Go ahead. Say it one more time.
I said, show me an English translation of the Bible that is going to show me the name of Jesus to be Joshua.
I just told you why it's not. I told you his name is Yeshua. And
Oh, so it's not there? Okay, so here's the
when you
problem, sir. Here's
that's
the
not a
problem.
problem. That's not a
Here's
problem. You making it a
no,
problem. You listen to this is your this is
problem.
your premises. This is your premises. You said show me in a language where Jesus' name translate into Joshua. You can't do it because Jesus does not mean Joshua. Yeshua is the Messiah's name. In Hebrew, when you translate from Hebrew to English, it translates to Joshua. When you translate, when you transliterate Yeshua into Greek, it turns to Ishu. Now, when you
Yeah, but
translate Yeshua into English, it translates into Jesus. And it
okay,
didn't translate into Jesus until the 16th century because you didn't even
okay,
have a letter J until
that's
then.
okay. That
That's
it's
right.
okay. It's okay because now I will ask you. So with all of these translations from Yeshua to Jesus, then and you're saying that if you don't have the correct name, you're screwed. Then what happens to everyone? What happened to the
Ignorant.
people who
It's ignorance.
translated it
So,
to this and that? Oh
You
no,
think people go to
I'm gonna straight up and I'm gonna use the word that's bullshit. Okay, so
so do you
excuse
think
my
people go to
language,
heaven when they
but
die? Do people go
what's
to
that?
heaven when they die? Do people go to heaven when they die?
Sure, yeah, some will,
No, they
yes.
where show me a scripture in the Bible where people don't go to heaven.
People don't go to heaven.
No, bro. The only people to
Well,
go to it says in the Bible the only people who can go to heaven are those from heaven. People are not
mm,
from heaven. Even in the Bible, when Jesus come back, ain't he go judge the dead and undead?
I go to
Where's
heaven.
the
I don't know about you, brother.
you
I don't know about you,
listen?
brother, but I'm going to heaven.
Read the scripture. You can't go to heaven until Jesus come back, bro. That's what
Bro,
no one goes to when Jesus come back. That's the final day of judgment. That's when he judges who goes into heaven and not. So all these people who died prior to Jesus, I mean, after Jesus died, they're not in heaven. They can't go until
awaiting
Jesus
trial.
comes back. That's what the
oh,
scripture says.
so you're talking. What you're talking about is people that pass away, and then the first ones will rise from the grave, and then the next ones will maybe meet him in the air or whatever. So what are you talking about?
The scripture says you can't go to heaven until Jesus comes back and judge. So how do
Oh,
you
that's
get into heaven
correct.
if Jesus
That
ain't
is
came back?
not correct. That is not correct.
Okay, let's rock. Y'all be listening to pastors and preachers all the time.
No, bro, you're so hold up. So you're saying that throughout all this time, then people who believe in Jesus, they're gonna go through the wrath. Is that what you're saying?
They going through who? The rapture?
The wrath, wrath, R WRATH. You're saying they're going through the wrath. There are different kinds of saints, my friend.
People going
Go
through the
ahead.
rapture. Hold
What is
on.
what is your opinion?
When you saying people are going through the wrath, you talk about purgatory?
No, I'm talking about the period where the evil one sits on the throne kind of stuff, and
Oh, okay.
the
Oh, you talking
majority
about
of people
Gehenna?
will buy into it, and
You talk about Gehenna? You know, hell is a physical place, right? Hell wasn't
Gehenna.
presented until, the Gehenna Valley. The
Okay.
Gehenna Valley is actually in Jerusalem. That's where they used to do sacrifices to Moloch and burn garbage. That's a physical place, a real place.
I'm fairly well aware of most of the stuff that you want to talk about, bro. I am,
Yes.
believe it or
So,
not, but it's okay.
so hell, even in the Torah and the Tanakh, there was no mention of hell. It was only mention of Gehenna, and that was purgatory. Then when you get into the New Testament, it never mentioned hell. It mentioned Hades, and they translated Hades into hell into English. But Hades was a
Underworld.
Greek mythology of the underworld.
Hell, okay, hell into Hades into hell. That's a very interesting topic. I can give you that because some people will say Jesus descended into Hades or hell or whatever
He
they
went.
want to call
Jesus went into the Gehenna Valley. Like what? That's what it said. Like if you look, he went into the Gehenna Valley, which they call hell, but that's a
it. Right.
physical place. That's a physical
Remember,
place.
yeah, this is
Jesus
Greek
never
too.
went to. Now I will say that Jesus never went to hell. I'll
He
just
went to
say
Hades.
it flat out, and I already know it. I could bring forth some verses if I need to, but it's going to take me some time, obviously. But it's just true. He never went to hell.
Yeah, and with the translation with Hades into hell, yeah, that's a misconception. That's the misconception right there. Most people actually, when they read hell or whatever, they actually think it's out there, but it's a real place.
But here's the thing is because the Bible speaks of people who are dead, and they say that they cannot worship God. So
Yeah.
if they are dead and they are in hell, it's over. It's just like somewhat similar to the description of Abraham's bosom versus the other side. There's no one who can go across and do anything for you. It's over. You're done. You can want to be resurrected and go talk to your family members. They still won't believe you. It doesn't matter. So, I
So
mean,
you under,
that's
so
the
you
point.
understand the Bible to be Greek, basically.
The New
I
Testament
I'm
is
not.
Greek.
Yeah.
Wait a
That's
second. So what do you? Okay, so you want to read it in Greek and say that I'm gonna stick to the Greek. I got 2 points for you. One of them is going to be 1 Peter 2:8. Okay, and then Isaiah 18:4, 14:8, 14:8. I think it's 14:8. Isaiah 14:8. We're speaking about rock. You'll see with 1 Peter 2:8. That's a direct reference. Direct. It doesn't get any more clear than that. So, what does the word rock mean? And then I got another spot I can go, but we can take care of
Yeah.
this one first.
What you think,
Isaiah
Word?
8:14. Isaiah
right.
8:14 and 1 Peter 2. Is it 2:8? I think 2:8. I'm not trying
Just to
to
be
memorize.
honest.
I'm not trying to
Yeah.
memorize stuff, bro. I'm just trying to
Oh no, we good, bro. It's like if you talking about like I'm talking about more like when you
Oh,
say
I'm talking
the
about the
New
word rock.
Testament is Greek. I
Okay,
know,
so
but when he talking about the
we're
test,
talking about language Yeah, hold up. We were talking about language, so go ahead.
So you're not going to find no older testament. I mean, you don't find any New Testament written in any other language besides Greek. It's not written in Hebrew. That's why
Okay,
the
that's
Hebrew
fine.
isn't even used as so.
Fine, that's fine. Okay, so I agree. So then we have levels of clarity that we can actually understand as human beings, and we can look at 1 Peter 2:8 and Isaiah 8:14 as one spot. I have another one if you'd like to look at it. Now, the word rock is mentioned in both of those places. So you can explain to me why rock in the Greek, when it's being referenced to in the Old Testament, does not mean the same as rock in Isaiah 8:14, I believe it is. Go ahead.
No, that don't make no sense, bro. What you just said.
Yeah, it
That's
does.
like saying rock in Spanish don't mean rock in English. Or rock in, like I
Hold up, hold up,
understand
hold up.
that.
Oh, let me make it clearer. So, 1 Peter
It's easy. It's easy to explain. Take this out. So
clear.
what
Make clear.
happened was
Hold
the
up, bro.
reason.
Hold up, bro.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm about to
Hold up,
look.
bro.
I'm
Hold
about
up,
to tell you
hold
why
up.
it's written in.
No, whoa. Before you try to make an idiot of me, uh, rock.
I'm not. I'm
Hold
explaining to
up,
you why.
hold up. Rock in the Greek means Petra. Okay, let me explain to anyone who's listening. Rock in Greek means Petra. Go look it up. Then rock in Isaiah 8:14, rock there means sewer. Completely different. But why is the New Testament Petra referring to the Old Testament sewer? And they mean different things. So you
Okay,
can tell me, all right? That's
it's
what
easy.
my point. Okay, got
So
it.
people, the people who wrote the Bible migrated into the region of Greece, right? And they also adopted their writing style. So they had the same ideology, but used the newer writing style. That's why. But then you have to understand Hebrew language itself. Hebrew language is written in characters, right? We call what we call well, it's not written in characters. What do they call it? So basically, every letter has a meaning to it. So that's why you have in Hebrew, even when you say serpent, in Hebrew, it has 4 different meanings. It's not just snake.
Gematria?
It means
Gematria?
tricksters. Yeah. It
Gematria.
means trickster. It means magi. It means wise one. And it means serpent. Because all 4 of the characters have different meanings to it. But collectively, it has an ideology. That's how the Hebrews wrote. They wrote with characters. So each letter has a meaning to it. And combined, it has an ideology. But when you go into Greek, it's not like that. Each
Okay,
letter
hold
adds
on.
up to a
Now
word.
I lifted up my head and looked at my phone, and I saw that that was the host that was actually speaking. So I'll just leave it alone and let you speak and let everyone else speak. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend your channel.
Oh no! You good, bro? Look, man. We easy going, bro. We having a discussion. I ain't debating with nobody. We having a discussion
Yeah.
for clarity for the people who listen. You know, it is good, bro. Trust me, if it was a problem, you would have known it. I would have been like, "What the fuck you
I'm
talking about?" But
gonna
no,
come
it's
at
good, bro.
if we're gonna come at if we're gonna come at a disagreement on these points, you better expect me to come hard, or it's go hard or go home. So you know what I
No,
mean?
that's
Like
cool, bro.
now,
I mean, it's cool, man.
I
yeah.
I
think
don't
in the
mind.
most cases
I
we
enjoy
agree.
it. Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
just difference of understandings. I mean, I like this. Bro, I don't even feel like when it comes to the religion aspect. Like I said, I teach this, so I can talk to you to get enlightenment from the scripture, or like I said, I can dismantle it. Like, I mean, it's not hard, bro. Like none of this shit is factual.
Bro, you haven't dismantled anything I've said. That's the problem.
It's not.
I dismantled
It's not
all,
about
bro,
the.
bro. Look,
Yeah.
you reading it in English itself is you don't even know what the book say. Only thing you got to do is look up translation and transliterate. And once you
Okay,
understand that, now you got to go through the whole book, bro, and pick
all
out
right.
different words. Do you know what a
But
That's right.
transliteration is? Do you like? I'm just being honest. Like, let's just be logical or reasonable. 1 second. Do you know what a transliteration is?
explain, please.
So a transliteration is when they take one word from one language and use the phonics, the sound of the word, instead of the meaning of the word. So it's words within the Bible that's not, that word doesn't mean the original word.
Okay, I
You see
got.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Now,
So
so
in
I
that aspect, okay, go ahead.
no, but I thought I just gave one of those, right? And then now let me give a second one. Uh,
Yeah, I don't think it's about dismantling conversation. I think it's about trying to relate the convo to other aspects, and I think that's the fun part of
I
it.
mean,
Yeah,
the yeah, it is. It is fun. You're correct, but then you got to be able to. You have to be willing to let it go there and let it be. I don't know. But in essence, sometimes kind of funny. You know what I mean? Like how someone could see such things and these kind of things. But so my question would be to do a transliteration, which I think what I'm talking about right now, that this is what this would be. But can we go to like a
Let's, I mean, let's go to the beginning real quick, real quick. Let's just go to the beginning. So in the beginning, um,
in the beginning? Okay, we can go there
well,
too.
no, that's John. That's not the beginning. So it says
But
when God made man and woman and His likeness in them, right? The original
yeah,
word is Elohim, right?
yeah,
Elohim is plural, meaning God.
correct,
That meaning God. So let us make man and woman, meaning plural, more
correct,
than one God. But when we read it, we say God.
correct.
We don't say
It's all
gods
correct,
because there's only
but
one God who created,
it's
right?
all but that's all correct. Yes. So where are you going?
So if it's one God who created in the English version, why is it two gods creating in the Hebrew version?
Ah, well, I mean, I think that the answer to that is like a John 17:5, where Jesus asked to be reunited with the glory he once had before the earth was made. The only verse that I can go back to that would make sense of that would be Genesis 1:1, because that's before the earth was made. I think that's the only verse that refers to the earth before it was made. And so it makes sense to go there. But then if we look at that, what is that saying? Jesus says is claiming Elohim, which Elohim is a very interesting term because you have to look into it and really examine what it's saying versus what Jesus is saying. It's like if you have the Son, you have the Father. Well, I mean, hey, if you wanted to break down Elohim, and you wanted to look at it in another way, you could say, well, if you have this angel, then you have God, the Father. No, that's not the case. Jesus says you need the Son. If you don't have the Son, you don't have the Father, so on and so forth. So it's made a little bit more clear when you add everything up what Elohim means in Genesis 1:1 versus all the other spots that Elohim is used. So that's the way I like understand it.
Well,
Yeah.
Elohim is used when with the Tower of Babel too. When it said, "Let us confuse." Let again, plural. Let us. Who is us if it's one God? You like
Well,
people
are you
often use
a Trinitarian? Are you a Trinitarian? And
no, I'm a divine being having a human experience. I don't identify with none of that
okay. All right.
bullshit. I don't identify with none of it, bro. I'm a divine being. I am of the divine. I have the essence of the creator within me.
Okay. I have a question for you. I mean, so then you believe in like the entire New Testament?
No,
You
no,
don't. Okay.
no.
So what do you
Like, well,
disbelieve?
far as like what the it's a good the New Testament is it has a lot of
Yeah,
parables. It's filled
here's a
with
good
parables.
way. Here's a good way to think about it. Do you believe in your parents or do you know your parents? So
Mm,
you can ask the question, do you believe in the Bible? Do you know the Bible? Put it that way.
mm. Yeah, I
No, but
know the Bible. That
asking,
I will forget.
I'm trying to ask straight up because I know there's a bunch of different type of people who believe in stuff based on the Bible, but some people try to chop the Bible in half. They'll only chop certain things out that they don't like. Muslims will just say, "Hey, most of it's not even true, anyways." So let me pick and choose what I believe. What I'm asking is, do you believe in anything that's in the New Testament?
I use it. I use a lot of it. I do. I use a lot of it.
Okay, so
Application.
Especially
what do you believe in?
um I believe that Yeshua walked the earth. I believe Yeshua reached the level of Christ consciousness. And through his teachings I can too. That's why I
Okay,
study the book of
so
Thomas and the book of
okay,
Mary Magdalene.
do you believe in Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, so on and so forth? Do you believe in any of those?
I it's not even I believe I understand. You know, I understand the benefits of a lot of the parables within those texts.
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right,
You know, so
so
I
is
practice.
there
See, I'm
any?
more of a practitioner. When you
No,
is a difference between believing in something and practicing something. Like when you
just
begin to
like
practice
no,
something, you don't need to
just
believe no more
there
because you
there kind of really isn't though. There kind of
it's kind
really
of
is.
what believing and practicing.
No,
You said
it's
it
no.
ain't a
That's
difference
not what I'm
between the
saying.
two.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
How?
And I'm not gonna. I really, to be honest with you, my friend, I'm not gonna try to explain what I'm saying. But now, I just want to. What I would like to do is, I want to go under the assumption that everyone on the panel believes that the New Testament is true. So now, again, I've been on other channels and I mentioned this. So, and no one's yet really to explain how could this be. Acts 17 and 18. Go ahead. Explain to me how the apostles could be teaching to somebody else and they think that the apostles are teaching multiple deities. How does that make sense? I don't
No,
think it makes sense at all. So go ahead, please. Acts
no. Acts
17
17.
and 18, please. Go ahead.
Hold on, let me look it up so I can get
And look at the
understanding.
verse before that, please. Look at the verse before
I
that,
thought
because Everyone
Yeah,
loves to use context, but they were teaching in the synagogue. So go ahead.
yeah. I don't think one book has all truth. That's why you need to read all the books to have an idea or an
Ah,
understanding.
are you a Muslim?
No,
Okay.
no, but have you not read other texts?
Yeah, I've read all of them.
What? Okay, so what are you asking in here? I'm saying, are you asking like,
Acts
uh,
17,
oh,
18. What does Acts 17 and 18 say? And then you go ahead and tell me how someone, anyone, even of their generation, can conclude that the apostles were teaching multiple deities. Go ahead.
so you
Trinity is
asking how was the
Trinity
apostles
is the
teaching?
Trinity.
Okay, go
Hold up.
ahead.
Trinity is my excuse. Trinity. Go ahead. You explain.
Well, at that time, polytheism was normal.
Polytheism is not acceptable in Christianity whatsoever. But go
There's
ahead.
polytheism all through Christianity. What
Huh?
are you talking about? There's
Huh?
polytheism
The
in
Trinity.
Huh?
Christianity. Dude,
The
so
Trinity is
what
that.
like Yahweh? Do you know where
Hold
Yahweh
on.
came from?
Let's read.
Do you know
Let's
Yahweh was a Canaanite god?
first of all, let's try to read. Let's read the verse first, and then whoever wants to come out and say this or that, they can do that. Let's put it up on the screen.
Yeah.
This is very important. This is a
And they
verse
conduct Paul brought
too
him to
often
Athens.
overlooked. It's too often overlooked.
Start the verse off, 'cause I'm looking at Acts 17, 18. That's what you wanted, right? 17, 18.
Go
Okay,
on,
hold on.
you can read it. read it.
I'm
It's
gonna
fine.
pull it up and see if one of y'all can read it, because it's in white. I can't get it in the black screen and I can't see it. But hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. Can you read that story? It's not in the black screen. Hold on, let me see if I can make it bigger.
Yeah, it's on screen. Yeah, I can
And
read
it's
it.
Good.
not some good what will drum be sing be settled for look of very God because he preached unto them Jesus in the resurrection. And they took him and brought him. I can't read that word. I can't read. I can only read the highlighted version. But you want to move. I can't say. I'm legally blind, by the way, so that's why I can't read. I can read in
I can
dark screen.
you
Like,
want me to read it? I'll read it. I'll read it. Okay. Hold up. It says in the version that I'm reading, which I'm pretty easygoing when it comes to
Read the
particular
screen.
version. I can't read the screen because that's too small for my eyes to read. But it says, and also some of the Epicurean and Stoic philosophers were conversating with him. Some were saying, what would this idle babbler wish to say? Others, he seems to be a proclamator of strange deities because he was preaching Jesus and the resurrection. So, would any of you think that the apostles were teaching strange deities?
Demons.
I mean, from what you just said, they sitting amongst philosophy. So this is like people preaching Jesus coming into people who practice some polytheism.
Is that the way that you interpret the word to be used?
The certain philosophers of apathy of Epicurus and Stoicism encountered him, and some said, "What will this babbler say?" So that
Okay, so hold
they're
on.
going,
So
if
hold on.
Christians
Let's
going
attack
into an
this.
environment where they
Let's attack
but
this. Let's attack this straight up. So uh if they were teaching strange deities, that would be something that would immediately be rejected. So how could it
that
be?
is why would you say to be objective when these people practice polytheism? They in Greek, bro. They
No,
in
they
Greek.
don't actually. They're in the. These people are actually in the synagogue, so they're not trying to
Ain't
do
they in
their.
Athens? They said they was in Athens, right?
The people are not trying to do that. So they're not trying to do that. You can't like sit there and be like everyone's practicing polytheism now. Now that
That's
Jesus
the
is gone,
culture of the people. They in Greek, bro. What
up.
you think Greek mythology is?
Oh, hold up. That's okay. There is a side of it that it's like a Deuteronomy 31:21 side that I will not disagree with you on, but at the same time, these are people who are in the synagogue and they are converted Gentiles. So they're all trying to do their best. We'll just put it that way. It's easiest way to understand is being a human. So, but then it doesn't happen that way. They think that they're trying to uh, teach about multiple deities. So then you can explain to me how these people can understand that the apostles are teaching about multiple deities. Go ahead.
Yeah,
It doesn't make any
everything
sense.
was a god. Yeah, so they had a gun for the sun, a god for the sun. Moon was a goddess. So these are the deities they're referring to, right? These are the human
Okay.
characteristics that they given to them, right?
Okay. Is that the path you'd like to choose?
The Parthenon.
Is that the path you'd like to choose, sir?
No, that's
Okay.
I'm not sure on that one.
All right. All right. Good. Don't do that. Okay. Good. So
No, he asked you, "Are you
hold
polytheistic?"
on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. So when we're going on this path, uh, and you seem like you're trying to be a very nice chap. Uh, we'll say like
Let me ask you a question. Are you
hold
fried?
on, hold on, hold on, hold
You
on,
fried, bro.
hold on, man, hold on, man. Okay,
I'm fried, but not that fried.
I got a
all right,
buzz, but I
hold
don't
on,
drink
hold
though.
on.
But
Hey, man, I tried to speak a little bit of something in there. Okay, so let's move on. All right, so we got. All right, so we got John 5:17 and 18. 17 says, but he answered them, my father is working until now, and then I myself am working. For this reason, therefore, the Jews were working all the more to kill him, because he not only was breaking the Sabbath, but he was also calling God his own father. which makes himself equal to God. So, would any of you gentlemen say that he was breaking the Sabbath?
Do you know Wild Heart?
Wait, was he? No, yeah, I do. I knew Wild Heart. He doesn't like me.
Oh shit.
I think it'd be fun to have y'all. I think it'd
So,
be awesome having y'all debate. I'm gonna
come
host a
on,
debate
bro.
between you and
I don't
Wild Heart.
need to have I don't need to have a Wild Heart on to debate at all because
It'd
whatever
be
he doesn't
fun.
like me. He's gonna no because Wild Heart actually. I got a particular bone picked with him, but he don't want to talk about it, but that's okay.
Yeah,
Is
Wild Heart.
Ryder a Christian? Can I ask?
Who?
No,
Ryder?
I don't have a
No.
religion. I don't believe in the Bible, but I do believe in God.
Yeah,
Okay.
cool.
So
Cool.
where were we? We were talking about certain things. You don't want to?
Masculinity. We're talking
Come
about
on.
masculinity.
Oh, masculinity.
Is,
uh,
is,
uh,
is,
go word.
is,
Go word.
do
Oh,
you
you're.
think
Oh, now I want to see the panel. Who's on?
yeah, you fried, bro? I want to get like you. Hold
Oh, now I want. Now I want panel. I want to see panel members now.
He is fried. He fried on a Sunday. Listen, we having a Sunday school on a Saturday morning while he fried.
on. Did you look at that wine for your brother?
He's sipping on that
You got that Jesus juice, boy. Let me get some of that, man.
word. I ain't got the juice
Good.
today.
I got the money. He got the juice.
No, I couldn't say that because we on a different topic. You ain't got the juice today. He got all the wine soaking that shit up. He got us words, motherfucker. He on cloud nine right now. He feel like Lil Wayne with skateboards high off the mushrooms with Mary Jane in one hand. I can't.
Man, look, I remember when I first came on here, I was microdosing. I don't know who the hell I was talking to, bro. I was like, man, I'm getting off here. I'm out of this motherfucker. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about
Oh, that's sad.
Where we popping? We gotta be saying he got the money.
Really,
He got the juice.
it's really sad. It's really sad to know who you're talking to and who you ain't talking to, and then the outsider don't even know what the fuck is going on. Excuse my language.
I don't know what was
But
going on.
it's very sad. It's very sad.
But let me ask you this, without reading scripture or anything. I know you believe, but do you practice? Do you practice the teachings of Jesus that's within the Bible?
You see the comment word?
Huh?
I said, you see the comment?
What's the comment?
That's a good way to put
Masculinity.
Repeat the question.
Masculinity is taught toxic until it's needed. Hey, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a fact.
Shout out to Conquest Patador. I can never say his name, but shout out to him, yo. Blessings. I'm gonna call him Conquistador.
Yeah, they call it toxic until they need it. That's fact.
Masculinity is what it is. And masculinity, part of it is sticking up for those who are retarded. Okay, you understand? To make sure that they get taken care of. That's a fact. And if you don't think that that's what I was doing, whatever, go fucking whatever, man. Go piss up a flagpole. I don't care. Okay? If you don't understand, I can show you the exact but I'm not gonna do it. I can show you the exact videos. You're not gonna do it. Who cares? It's one person's opinion or bullshit against another person's truth, and you can figure it out.
That's why over here, bro, everybody, people could, I don't really care how people think or feel. You know, I'm not going to try to take shit away from them. If we have a discussion, I don't mind going back and forth or whatever. But, other than that, I can agree to disagree because what you eat don't make me shit. So I'm good.
I don't really give a flying shit because you know what? I know what's up. I already
Right.
know what's up. So if I hear you want me to show you the video on like a gangster ghosts channel of one person
Oh, is that who you are? You know who you are? Who's Gangsta Ghost? Hold on, bro. Hold on. Hold on. Are you Gangsta Ghost?
Whoa. Hold up. Now, there was one person on there giving blowjobs.
What?
Yeah, in sign language, right? And then the other person was like, no, like something else. So that wasn't. It's nothing against Ganker Ghost. It's the people that are on there, and they're trying.
Oh,
Yeah, you see. So I was trying to
okay.
represent Gangster Ghost and say, how do you have these people like they're the ones that you trust, and I'm getting canceled? Bullshit, bro. So he's being steered by people who are doing bad shit. I can show you it.
Oh no, I believe you. I went over there one time. I thought you was Gangsta Ghost. I was about to say you
No,
unscrupulous ass.
bro, I ain't Gangster Ghost, but I believe Gangster Ghost is probably just by listening to him, he honestly, okay. And I know people like this. I've had foster brothers. I've had this, that, and the others. Well, how much do you need me to tell you where I'm not going to be like, I'm trying to be honest with you. These people are trying to take Gangster Ghost seems like he might be a little bit missing. Okay. Whatever. I'm not trying to be offensive. But if all these other people are trying to just like do whatever they want to, give various dick sucking things in their you know I'm not trying to be on there.
I know what you're trying to say.
We went from the Bible to porn.
Yeah, well, they're
Hey,
doing
but
that.
we've been
It moved to smut, though. It moved to smut. So then what are you? Do you want to be smut? Or do you want to try to, like, let's talk about this. I could be right sometimes. You could be wrong sometimes, or whatever. I mean, we're going to be pulling back and forth, and then we're going to be discussing things. That's how it should be. But it's clear that some of that stuff, I could show you the exact video. It shouldn't be allowed. You ain't even trying to play like you are in the club. You know, so just stop it. And then I get hit with it. Okay, whatever. I don't care. To be honest, I really
that's
don't.
crazy. I hate to cut this off, y'all, but it's about to be 5 in the morning where I'm at. I got to get up in 4 hours. But yeah,
No,
I'm gonna be
hey,
back Sunday.
hey, get some good sleep. Get some good sleep, man.
Oh, for sure. I'm gonna be back Sunday with an open topic, but let me show some respect to this Cash App. I appreciate it. I didn't see it until just now. Let me play Rachel.
Yes. Where got the money? Where got the juice? 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 Where got the money? Where got the juice?
That laugh is classic. That laugh is definitely classic. I ain't even say I got that 2 hours ago. My cousin sent it to me. I ain't even see that Cash App. But that was very interesting, huh? So
Yeah, super, super. I think we touched a lot of good points there. Hey,
yeah, I appreciate you, bro, for helping me out on that. Cause I don't know what half of the shit he was talking about after he got fried. He wasn't fried at first, but then I started noticing like the slurred words, like, oh, bro, fried. But he was still in the
yeah,
shit, he was still he was pointing out verses, so that was me. He was still
yeah,
coherent. So
he was taking me on a trip, and I got lost because I'm high too.
it was a
Uh,
different type of high. You like, man, you blowing my high.
yeah, that's
Let
me.
me stop.
Hey, hey, yeah, you make sure you rest well. Yeah, I'm about to head
Yeah.
off to sleep too. Thank
All
you so
right, bro.
much.
Oh, no problem. I probably won't be on tomorrow, but I'll be on Sunday. I just have an open panel. We can talk. If you think of
Oh,
some topics you want to talk about, I'm into spirituality too, bro. So we can. I'm about to do the throat chakra. I'm gonna do that next. I'm gonna do that next week sometime. Talking about unlocking the throat chakra, not making it stronger or resonating it, but how to actually unlock it. So I'm gonna talk about that
yeah,
sometime next week.
yeah, for sure. I'll be going to your members page, and you have a lot of good stuff there. So there's a lot of good points to derive from that. But yeah, take it easy,
Yeah.
word.
All right, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Hey, y'all, man. I appreciate y'all rocking out with me tonight, man. I don't know what the last hour or 2 hours. I don't know how long. I don't know what happened, but I appreciate y'all sticking in there with me. Um, appreciate y'all, man. I know we get off topic, but y'all know how we do. But care about how you feel. This conversation. Um, these conversations will build nations, and if I say anything that resonated with you, do me a favor, hit that share button. Tell somebody, help me spread the word. But until next time, we out. He was full of profound knowledge that was very difficult to grasp. Better you is a better us. I don't think I got the music linked up, but yeah, we out.